Chapter 93. Tell me where that girl is and I guarantee that I will leave you with a wisp of your soul. Old Ghost Yudu's eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. An endless amount of greed was revealed in his eyes. His expression appeared somewhat ferocious. His originally distorted face caused one to feel even more terrified at this moment. Xiaoyan could not help but frown when he heard Yudu's words. He thought to himself, "Is this old ghost Yudu asking me about Lian? Could it be that Lian Er's woeful poison body is related to the Crossing Disaster sect?" The change in expression on Xiaoyan's face was naturally captured by the astute old ghost Yudu. When he saw Xiaoyan's expression, he was even more certain that Xiaoyan, who was in front of him, knew the whereabouts of the little girl he had been searching for all this while. A cold smile involuntarily flashed across the corners of Yudu's mouth. It looked extremely strange and sinister. After which, he slowly lifted his slightly transparent palm and suddenly waved it. His palm turned into a claw and stood upright in front of Xiaoyan. His 5 shriveled yet incomparably sharp fingers caused tiny cracks to involuntarily appear on Xiaoyan's face. Drops of bright red blood spread out. In the withered wind, Xiaoyan looked like an assassin who had walked through a sea of blood. His entire body was filled with a vicious aura. Upon seeing this scene, the third hallmaster, who was standing behind old Ghost Yudu, could not help but frown. What old Ghost Yudu had said earlier naturally fell into the third hallmaster's ears. However, the third hallmaster did not have any impression of the little girl that old Ghost Yudu had mentioned. One must know that ever since Xiaoyan came to the Yuanwu continent, he had been constantly being pursued by the third hallmaster and the others. If there was such an eye-catching little girl by his side, they would definitely know. However, the scene today caused him to repeatedly ponder. He did not expect that old Ghost Yudu was still hiding something from him and even wanted to secretly scheme against him. This person really had unfathomable motives. However, after the third hallmaster noticed the rich greed in old Ghost Yudu's eyes, his doubtful expression immediately changed as though he had thought of something. A strange look involuntarily flashed across his eyes as he looked at Xiaoyan. "Hee, how is it? As long as you tell this old man where that little girl is now, this old man will leave behind a wisp of essence spirit for you today. The misunderstanding between the two of us today will also end here. I will walk my own path, and you will walk your own path. In the future, we will have nothing to do with each other." Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily trembled a little as he sensed the unprecedented dangerous aura in front of him. He would naturally not reveal the matter regarding Lian. The fact that Xiaoyan was able to grow to such an extent meant that his experience was comparable to some genuine old demons. In Xiaoyan's eyes, the words from old Ghost Yudu's mouth were already filled with loopholes. Leaving behind a strand of his soul was no different from directly erasing him. At most, it would only allow him to struggle in this world for a while longer. This fellow would definitely not give him the slightest chance of survival. Perhaps old Ghost Yudu's actions were even more vicious than directly killing him. With Xiaoyan's personality, how could he possibly submit to such things? He would rather be a heroic spirit than a coward. In the face of a great calamity, he did not fear death. This was the real reason why Xiaoyan was able to grow to such an extent. With this thought in mind, a heroic spirit rose in Xiaoyan's heart. The aura in his eyes solidified, and a glint flashed across them. The gaze with which he looked at old Ghost Yudu became increasingly sharp. His eyes flashed, and the crack at the corner of his eyes caused the corners of Xiaoyan's eyes to involuntarily tremble. Although this scene was not considered eye-catching, it was still reflected in old Ghost Yudu's eyes. Immediately, old Ghost Yudu released a cold laugh in his heart. As expected, the stronger one is, the more one fears death. TSK. As long as Xiaoyan's life falls into this old man's hands today, I will see if you will obediently explain yourself. A thought passed through old Ghost Yudu's mind, and the vigorous spiritual strength in his body once again gathered between his fingers. His originally sharp aura soared once again. This time, Xiaoyan's facial features became a little distorted under this force. TSK. Flame Emperor Xiaoyan, I wonder if you have thought it through? As long as you can tell me where that little girl is now, I will guarantee that your soul will not be destroyed today. I will allow you to regain your physical body. Old Ghost Yudu's eyes suddenly became sharp. He waved his hand, and the space in front of Xiaoyan instantly collapsed. The pitch-black and deep endless void gave one a chilling feeling of being devoured. It was as though once one entered, one would never be able to come out alive. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. At this moment, he was being suppressed by the third hallmaster's full strength, and the might of the heavy spirit region poured out in torrents. Even Xiao Yan would have difficulty turning the situation around at this moment. If old ghost Yudu really attacked him, it was likely that he would really take a step into the door of life and death today. Old ghost Yudu was quite satisfied with the change in Xiao Yan's expression. What he wanted to see was the frightened expression on Xiao Yan's face. As long as this was the case, he would feel even more comfortable teasing Xiao Yan. He wanted Xiao Yan to lose all the dignity that belonged to a half-emperor expert. Xiao Yan's heart gradually calmed down in response to this. It seemed that old ghost Yudu only wanted to toy with him. However, how could Xiao Yan be manipulated by others? His expression immediately changed, and he coldly smiled at old ghost Yudu. He laughed. "Looks like you don't really dare to kill me." Old ghost Yudu's expression changed slightly, and he coldly snorted. His shriveled hand grabbed Xiao Yan's neck, and he suddenly tightened his grip. Xiao Yan's face was already flushed red from suffocation, but his expression when he looked at old ghost Yudu still did not show the slightest bit of fear. Humph! With a cold snort, old ghost Yudu loosened his grip and removed it from Xiao Yan's neck. Immediately he coldly said, "You are really bold. You actually dare to use this to provoke this old man." Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He coughed and panted for a while, and his flushed face gradually faded. He ignored old ghost Yudu's cold words, and his eyes stared straight at old ghost Yudu. He coldly laughed and said, "Since you want to obtain something from me, I can naturally ask you to do something for me. Don't you think so?" Old ghost Yudu narrowed his eyes. He naturally understood why Xiao Yan said these words. At this moment, he was under the control of the heavy spirit region. The reason why he said these words was because he wanted him to attack the third hallmaster behind him. When the third hallmaster heard Xiao Yan's words, he could not help but be slightly shocked. The expression on his face also became ugly. Did this old ghost Yudu really dare to attack him? Old ghost Yudu. This Xiao Yan is a great enemy of both of us. At this moment, the old me has restrained him with great difficulty. If you were to change your mind at this moment, forget about the old me. It is likely that the both of us will lose our old lives here today. At this critical moment, the third hallmaster could not help but shout at old ghost Yudu, hoping that he would be able to attack Xiao Yan first. After all, he did not wish for his plan to kill two birds with one stone to be destroyed by Xiao Yan. When old ghost Yudu heard the third hallmaster's words, his heart moved slightly. He had personally experienced Xiao Yan's fighting strength. Forget about the current him, even if Xiao Yan was at his peak with the protection of the heavenly flame, he would definitely not be a match for him. Now, he naturally did not want to let go of such a good opportunity. However, the jade pendant on Xiao Yan's chest was truly tempting him. Others might not know about that little girl, but he was someone who came from the Du-Yi sect. How could he not know? That little girl would allow him to become a truly powerful person. At that time, forget about the Du-Yi sect. It was likely that even the strongest faction would have to think twice before facing him. One side was life, and the other side was strength. One could not have both the fish and the bear's paw. Today he could only choose one. Old ghost Yudu narrowed his eyes into a line as he looked at Xiao Yan. Immediately, he glanced at the third hall master from the corner of his eyes. If either of these two people were to survive, they would definitely be a great threat to him. If he wanted to live, then the two people beside him must die today. A ruthless look flashed across the depths of his eyes. Two powerful half-martial emperors actually wanted him, a seriously injured person, to judge their life and death. To him, this was a kind of opportunity. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw? TSK 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 TSK. Today, this old man wants to see if this old man can have both. Old ghost Yudu glanced at Xiao Yan with a pitiful expression. After which, he used the corner of his eyes to stare at the third hall master behind him. Old ghost Yudu licked his dry lips in a bloodthirsty manner and sneered at Xiao Yan. Flame Emperor Xiao Yan. TSK 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 TSK. I'm sorry, but this old man still chooses to live. After all, without life, what is the use of strength? Before his voice sounded, the expression on Xiao Yan's face had already become solemn. This old ghost Yudu clearly intended to kill him. When the third hallmaster, who was standing behind Old Ghost Yudu, heard these words of Old Ghost Yudu, he involuntarily let out a cold laugh in his heart. As long as Xiao Yan was defeated, no one in Yanluo City would be able to fight against him today. On the other side, without waiting for Xiao Yan to make a move, Old Ghost Yudu's terrifying finger pointed at the spot between Xiao Yan's brows. At the same time, a somewhat hoarse cry was emitted from Old Ghost Yudu's mouth. Poison finger! As Old Ghost Yudu cried out, a shriveled palm suddenly smashed towards the third hallmaster's chest behind him. This seemingly ordinary palm caused the entire world to shake the moment it was unleashed. In an instant, the empty space shattered, and the area within 100-mile radius around the three of them was turned into nothingness. A half-martial emperor was indeed extremely powerful. Even though his body was seriously injured, he was still able to attract the might of the world. He was indeed worthy of being called a true peak expert in the continent. The third hallmaster's expression had already turned into one of shock the moment the palm struck. He did not expect Old Ghost Yudu to actually dare to attack him. However, the opportunity had already passed, and it was already too late for him to do anything. Additionally, with the control of the heavy spirit region, it was even more impossible for him to dodge. Hence, he could only stand and watch the attack arrive. In merely an instant, Old Ghost Yudu's towering finger had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The strong and ferocious wind caused Xiao Yan's long hair to dance continuously. Xiao Yan also involuntarily shut his eyes, as though he was waiting for the moment of death to arrive. Is this really the only way? Ancestor Xiao Xian, Sun Er, Kai Lin. I never expected that I will have to completely leave all of you so soon after arriving in this strange world. At this moment, a bitterness involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's heart. The reluctance to part with Sun Er and Kai Lin in his heart was indescribable. Additionally, he felt guilt toward Xiao Xian. Bang! An explosive sound appeared. Two figures flew out from the pitch-black darkness in the sky. Soon after, they heavily smashed into the endless abyss, and their figures disappeared. End of chapter. I have left something at the end to let everyone guess what exactly happened. Will Old Ghost Yudu's plan of getting both the fish and the bear's paw work? Additionally, please collect it. Chapter 94. Above the horizon, in the endless void, two figures flew out with a loud bang. They crossed each other in mid-air and then plunged into the vast and endless abyss. Their figures disappeared in a flash. In the void, a circle of white flame ripples spread out. Everywhere it passed, even the endless void could not help but tremble. This was enough to show how powerful it was. A young man covered in wounds stood in the middle of the flame ripple. Fresh blood covered his body as he stood in the empty space in a daze. The expression on his face was a little dull because of this sudden unexpected change. Only after a dozen breaths later did the eyes of the man suddenly emit a bright glow of having survived a calamity. Old Gu, you have intervened. However, didn't you say? This man was surprisingly Xiao Yan, who was about to be struck by Old Ghost Yudu's poisoned centipede finger earlier. If that finger had struck, Xiao Yan's soul would have been destroyed and he would have completely disappeared from this world. However, from the looks of it, it seemed that Gu Yu had saved him. Before Xiao Yan could speak, Gu Yu took over. He curled his lips and snorted softly. His tone was strange as he spoke. Brat, don't be so happy. This old me is not in the mood to save you. However, this old me finds that little brat from earlier an eyesore. Hence, I intervene to teach him a lesson. However, the body of a bandit is not even comparable to an ant in front of this old me. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words and look down on my heavenly flame body. Humph humph. Do you really think that this old me is made of mud? Xiao Yan felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Although Gu Yu had said this, he would not have intervened in such a dangerous situation if he had not wanted to save Xiao Yan. These words were merely an excuse for himself. Old Gu, thank you very much. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a warm smile. He thanked Gu Yu in his heart, but he was fooled by Gu Yu's soft snort. Xiao Yan smiled and did not say anything else. Instead, he turned his eyes to the endless abyss below him. Although Gu Yu's attack was powerful, his objective was not to kill Old Ghost Yudu instead, it was to send him flying. After all, he would definitely not disobey the orders of the Tushi ancient god, even though he had already violated the orders of the Tushi ancient god. With Gu Yu's powerful attack, the heavy spirit region, which had been ruthlessly suppressing Xiao Yan, was broken by the bone-chilling flame. In front of Gu Yu's strength, the heavy spirit region, which Xiao Yan found extremely troublesome, was merely a toy that could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the figures of Old Ghost Yudu and the Third Hall Master were suspended in the ink-black void with great difficulty under the endless abyss. Old Ghost Yudu's body, which was continuously turning illusory, appeared as though it did not exist after being struck by Gu Yu's blazing bone-chilling flame. If it was not for the layer of dim fluorescent light on the surface of his body and the endless darkness, it was likely that one would not be able to see his body. Although the Third Hall Master's condition was a little better compared to Old Ghost Yudu, it was clearly not much better. His black robes had already been turned into nothingness by the bone-chilling flame. The dense black fog lingering around his body had also become dark at this moment. It was possible to vaguely see a skinny corpse-like body within it. The strange mask that covered his face had also disappeared, revealing a bone-like face. A pair of shady old eyes seemed to be embedded in the depths of his eye sockets, and his bony face looked as if only a piece of skull was left. Just what was that earlier? Did Xiao Yan's heavenly flame erupt? Or did he use that Buddha's fiery lotus? The shady old eyes of the Third Hall Master appeared to have been shut. Both of his eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of him. The monstrous fury in his heart caused the space itself to become a little distorted. The Third Hall Master's shriveled hand rubbed the corner of his chin. There was a deep wound at that spot, so deep that one could see his bone. However, the Third Hall Master did his best to suppress it. Old Ghost Yudu, you old thing who will not die. You are really tired of living. You actually dared to scheme against the old me. You have caused the old me to end up in such a state. Humph. Today, the old me will definitely capture the both of you even if I have to use everything I have. Old Ghost Yudu, today, the old me will allow you to witness the tactics of my ghost temple gate. In the sky, Xiao Yan's tensed body lasted for a full 15 minutes. Finally, his entire body softened and he sat down in the empty space. His mouth continued to pant coarsely. The tight muscles all over his body suddenly relaxed. Sweat gushed out from the pores all over his body like a fountain, causing the wounds all over Xiao Yan's body to erupt. Waves of heart-piercing pain caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily suck in a breath of cool air. After swiftly consuming a few grade 9 energy recovery pills, Xiao Yan's body sat cross-legged in the empty space. The flame art chi method in his body rapidly circulated. In an instant, the entire sky changed color. The natural energy appeared from the empty space and covered the sun. It was like a cloud that swept across the entire sky. Above Xiao Yan's head, a tornado that was 1,000 feet wide poured down with a vast natural energy. It was like a meteor waterfall that flowed into Xiao Yan's body. Unfortunately, even with such a monstrous power in the outside world, when the natural energy entered Xiao Yan's body, it was like a small stream of water, utterly inadequate. It was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to quickly recover within a short period of time. In the endless abyss, Old Ghost Yudu's face was grave as he looked at the Third Hall Master in front of him. His increasingly faint soul made him appear even weaker at this moment. Humph, why? Do you want to deal with the old me? Old Ghost Yudu vigilantly watched the Third Hall Master. It was a long while later before he let out a cold snort and said in a cold voice. The Third Hall Master could not help but curl the corners of his mouth when he heard this. He revealed a cold smile and let out a cold snort. His eyes stared at Old Ghost Yudu and sneered. Why? You just launched a sneak attack on the old me and now you want to wash your hands of it and act like nothing happened? Old Ghost Yudu laughed coldly when he heard this. He had already expected the Third Hall Master to say such a thing. The moment the Third Hall Master's words sounded, Old Ghost Yudu laughed coldly and replied. Since you also have ulterior motives against the old me, it is not impossible for me to give you a warning first. Humph. Warning. What a good warning. Since you want to say that I have ulterior motives against you, I will let you see just what kind of ulterior motives I have for you today. Before his voice sounded, the Third Hall Master had already absorbed the black fog that lingered around his body into his body. Immediately after, he put his shriveled hands in front of his chest. His palms moved rapidly and numerous complicated seals were quickly formed. Circles of invisible ripples formed in the space in front of him. When Old Ghost Yudu saw this, his originally solemn face instantly turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He looked at the Third Hall Master as though he had seen the King of Hell. He was incomparably terrified. Perhaps other people did not know this move that the Third Hall Master was using at this moment, But Yu Du was someone who came from a faction in the Middle region. He was naturally very clear about this secret technique of a faction in the Middle region. The spirit-devouring skill was the inner sect Qi method of the Ghost Slaughter sect. Its greatest characteristic was that it could forcefully devour other people's souls and maximize the strength of the original body into one's own body. Although the backlash after using this Qi method was extremely great, it was still a last resort. At this moment, the third Hall Master was obviously preparing to forcefully devour old Ghost Yu Du's soul and add it to his original body to deal with Xiao Yan. In this way, not only would he be able to eliminate old Ghost Yu Du, but he would also be able to capture Xiao Yan. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Even if he ended up being seriously injured, as long as he could bring Xiao Yan back, the third Hall Master was certain that not only would his strength recover, but his strength and status would also rise in the sect. Therefore, how could he not give it his all? Have you really gone mad? You actually dare to use such a Qi method that destroys your essence for the sake of Xiao Yan? Are you really seeking death? At this moment, old Ghost Yu Du's heart had become abnormally terrified. The third Hall Master was obviously not trying to scare him. If he was allowed to continue, his old life would really end here today. Old Ghost Yu Du clenched his teeth. A ferocious expression was revealed on his face. Both of his hands were swiftly lifted and he stood in front of the third Hall Master. A thought passed through his heart and numerous seals were swiftly formed. When the seals in old Ghost Yu Du's hands changed, the spiritual strength all over old Ghost Yu Du's body was absorbed into his body and swiftly agglomerated. A moment later, it transformed into a bright bead the size of an egg. This bead was old Ghost Yu Du's spiritual essence. The heart of the third Hall Master involuntarily tightened when he saw this scene. Old Ghost Yu Du was clearly intending to use the self-destruction of his soul to drag him into the abyss. Humph! If you want to die, you want to bring the old me along. How ruthless! However, in front of the spirit-devouring art of the old me, you can only dream. Before his voice sounded, the hand movements of the third Hall Master suddenly increased. The Dou Qi in his body was like a flowing river as it poured out. In merely a couple of breaths, the seals in the hands of the third Hall Master had entered the final stage. His hand movements did not stop. The third Hall Master lifted his hand and his sharp fingernail was like a blade as it cut across his brow. A bloody scar appeared as a drop of blood from his brow dripped onto the tip of the third Hall Master's finger. Blood seal, agglomerate. A stern cry sounded as the bloody finger of the third Hall Master swiftly drew in the air in front of him. An extremely strange blood seal was swiftly formed. Without any hesitation, the third Hall Master threw a palm forward. The blood seal also imprinted itself into old Ghost Yu Du's chest at that instant. Suddenly, a bright red glaring blood light shot from old Ghost Yu Du's body to the sky. The spiritual essence that was swiftly forming within old Ghost Yu Du's body also instantly froze at this moment. The expression of old Ghost Yu Du had already turned deathly pale the moment the blood seal appeared. Even the spirit would be afraid when the blood seal appeared. This was the impression that the people of the Yuanwu continent had of the blood seal. In front of the blood seal, unless one's spiritual strength far exceeded the other parties, one would only end up being suppressed. The blood seal of the ghost obliterating sect had never failed before. TSK 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 TSK, you will not be able to escape death today. Spirit devouring art, devouring the heavens and spirit. With an explosive cry, the space in front of the third Hall Master suddenly exploded. Pitch-black fog swept out in all directions, instantly wrapping old Ghost Yu Du's spirit and beginning to refine it. At the same time, 10,000 miles away, two figures, one old and one young, were rapidly rushing towards the savage ancient city. From the looks of it, it was no different from fleeing for their lives. Suddenly, the old man's body abruptly paused as he stood in the air, his face instantly filled with astonishment. Elder Yu. Don't say anything else, quickly leave. I can't hold on for much longer. Quickly leave this place and find a baby boy for me. Quickly. Before his voice faded, the old man had already grabbed the young man and fled into the distance. The old man and the young man were Su Zhan and his great-grandfather. After witnessing Xiao Yan's power, Su Zhen's great-grandfather had quickly fled Yanluo City with him. As for the other members of the Su clan, they had died in the city due to their serious injuries. Now, only Su Zhen and his great-grandfather were left in the huge Su clan. All of this had happened in a single day. A day ago, they were living like true sacred emperors. In a single day, they had been destroyed. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. It was truly pitiful and lamentable. Chapter 95. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. A wild and violent storm swept in all directions in the distant sky. Waves of pure natural energy gathered from a tornado that seemed to reach the sky. The dense and heavy natural energy transformed into a large amount of extremely pure energy liquid at this moment and poured into the body of the human figure below the tornado. This vast scene continued for a full 2 hours before the man below the tornado suddenly opened his eyes. He looked down at the endless dark abyss. At this moment, there was an extremely frightening aura continuously gathering and rising. That might shook the heavens. A deep solemnness surfaced on Xianxia's somewhat pale face at this moment. He had yet to recover at this moment, but something had clearly happened to the third hall master duo that caused their auras to become so frightening. If they were to fight at this moment, it was likely that Xianxia would have difficulty winning. Currently, this aura was becoming increasingly powerful. It was likely too late for Xianxia to withdraw, even if he wanted to. Since there was no way to retreat, the only method now was to forcefully fight with these two people. With this thought in his mind, Xianxia also slowly stopped circulating the flame art chi method in his body. The aura of his entire body suddenly shook. His body flashed and once again stood in the empty space. He adjusted his condition to the best possible state and quietly waited for the appearance of the two people below. Bang! An explosive bang was emitted from the endless deep abyss below Xianxia. The originally incomparably deep empty space once again shattered with a bang under this sound. Immediately, Xianxia saw a 1,000-foot-wide dark black do chi light pillar pass through the restraints of space in an instant and arrive in front of Xianxia. An attack suddenly smashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was involuntarily startled. It was likely that even the third hall master at his peak condition would not be able to unleash such a swift and violent attack. What exactly happened? From the looks of it, that old ghost you do should have yet to come out. However, why is the third hall master's aura so powerful? This thought swiftly flashed across Xianxia's heart. However, he no longer had the mood to bother about these things. The attack in front of him had already arrived in front of him. It was merely 10 feet away from Xianxia. Sky Absolute Step. Open. In a moment of desperation, the do chi within Xianxia's body wildly swept out. His feet moved and the Sky Absolute Step was instantly unleashed to its limit. Without any sound, the empty space around Xianxia's body instantly collapsed. Xianxia's body also instantly disappeared, leaving behind a substance-like afterimage. Before that afterimage could disappear, that earth-shaking attack suddenly struck across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into a deathly silent void. It caused one to feel a wave of terror surge into one's heart, something that was difficult to erase. TSK 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 TSK. Xianxia, today, you will definitely belong to the old me. The old me also advises you to seal your own cultivation as soon as possible and make a trip with the old me. That way you can avoid suffering this physical pain. Xianxia's body had just appeared in the sky. He had yet to move when the third hall master's figure, which was wrapped in a black fog, had already appeared a couple of dozen feet in front of him. He faced Xianxia from a distance and smiled as he looked at the solemn-faced Xianxia. Xianxia also instantly saw the third hall master when he raised his eyes. His originally solemn expression instantly became incomparably solemn. At this moment, the third hall master's strength had already far surpassed his previous strength. The strength of his aura had likely already reached the intermediate 8th star half-martial emperor level. His strength had far surpassed Xianxia's. In addition to Xianxia's current condition, it was likely impossible for him to escape from the third hall master's hands. Fighting with his life on the line was Xianxia's only way out at this moment. If his luck was still acceptable, he might still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, he would end up in a situation where he would never be able to recover. In merely an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind. A determined expression surged into his eyes as he looked at the third hall master. In today's battle, if the third hall master did not die, then he, the Flame Emperor, would fall. He would definitely go all out in this battle. Humph! Based on your understanding of me, do you think that I will accept my fate? Hearing this, the third hall master could not help but frown slightly. However, soon after, he relaxed his brows. He naturally knew Xianxia's temperament very well. In that case, Xiao Yan's words meant that he was going to start the battle. Teskssk. You are indeed worthy of being called the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan. This courage is really not something that an ordinary person can match. It is likely that only you are able to remain so imposing in this life and death situation. There's no need to say anything more. Although I can see that your aura is that of an 8th-star half-martial emperor, there is clearly another tyrannical aura within your body that is still resisting. If I'm not wrong, that aura belongs to that old ghost. You do. In response to the third hall master's endless procrastination, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled up into a cold smile as he coldly said, "Haha, the Flame Emperor is indeed the Flame Emperor. In front of you, our methods are as clear as our understanding of you. There are no secrets at all. Humph, it is only because I have seen too much of it. You damn things always like to steal souls. Tisk. There will come a day when you will understand that in the face of great strength, all methods are just a method of survival." Before his voice sounded, the third hall master suddenly flipped his hand across the air. Wild and violent black dou qi surged and churned like a tidal wave. In an instant, it transformed into a large hand in front of the third hall master. A palm suddenly smashed toward Xiao Yan. The instant this large palm attacked, Xiao Yan's expression had already changed drastically. The space around him had actually been completely sealed the instant the large palm attacked. Dodging this attack was completely a pipe dream. Damn it, looks like I can only face him head-on. Yellow spring palm. Not daring to underestimate it, Xiao Yan's mind moved, and from the still somewhat empty vortex in his body, waves of extremely pure dou qi quickly followed the route of the qi method in Xiao Yan's body and circulated into his palm. With an explosive cry, the yellow spring palm was unleashed by Xiao Yan. It also transformed into a towering flame palm against the wind. The palm violently smashed toward the black heaven ascending palm. Tsk. At this moment, there is not much dou qi left in your body. How can you fight the old me with such a weak palm? Demonic cloud palm, break. As the third hall master let out a low cry, the large heaven ascending palm, which had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan, suddenly spread out a circle of dense black fog. It collided with Xiao Yan's yellow spring palm. Crack. A clear sound was emitted from the empty space. The circle of black fog was subsequently broken apart. An even more frightening force shot out and instantly broke Xiao Yan's yellow spring palm with a single blow. Even though this was the case, the force did not diminish as it swiftly blasted toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly became so solemn that it seemed as though water could be wrung out of it. The aura of Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. The heavenly flame in his body poured out. He clenched his hand across the air, and the endless heavenly flame transformed into a large fire ruler. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan held the large fire ruler in one hand and pulled it close to him. Both of his hands held the ruler's hilt. Both of his arms suddenly moved, and the beautiful large fire ruler swiftly began to circle around Xiao Yan's body. A seemingly substance-like heavenly flame barrier also appeared around Xiao Yan's body, firmly protecting him within. Six-joint body flowing ruler. The moment the six-joint body flowing ruler was displayed, the strong and ferocious force also violently smashed onto the heavenly flame barrier. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiao Yan's body, which was standing horizontally in the empty space, involuntarily flew back by 10,000 feet. Only then did he stabilize his body with great difficulty. Even his arm, which was holding the large ruler, felt a bone-breaking pain. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes stared intently at the large palm that was smashing toward him. The dou qi in his body suddenly poured out, forcefully suppressing the pain on both of his arms. His hand, which was holding the large ruler, once again waved it. The large ruler stood horizontally beside Xiao Yan. The dou qi in his body surged out from his palm and covered the entire large ruler, causing it to appear incomparably gorgeous. Flame. Devouring. Wave. Ruler. Xiao Yan suddenly let out an explosive cry toward the sky. His hand, which was holding the large ruler, suddenly exerted force and swept it horizontally toward the large palm. 1,000-foot-wide heavenly flame wave carried a frightening monstrous might as it violently smashed toward the large palm. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly swept apart from the two dou skills. Soon after, a monstrous wave that carried a vast heavenly might swept in all directions. The bodies of Xiao Yan and the third hall master were sent flying by this huge wave over 500 kilometers. Xiao Yan's body was forcefully stopped in the air. That powerful strength caused the injuries that Xiao Yan had been suppressing earlier to suddenly erupt at this moment. A large mouthful of blood. Only at this moment were the two of them able to clearly see just how great the strength of these two Do skills was after they exploded. The frightening explosion caused a mushroom cloud, which was like an ancient tree that covered the sky, to rise from the middle. Under this mushroom cloud, this entire world was completely covered within it. Due to the presence of the heavenly flame, this mushroom cloud appeared to be half a blazing flame while the other half was a darkness that could swallow the empty space. Xiao Yan's heart once again tightened when he saw this. His all-out attack was only able to break this large palm. If this were to continue, it was likely that he would really die here today. Xiao Yan's body flashed. He unleashed the Sky Absolute Step with all his might. The little Do Qi in his body was also completely squeezed out. His body swiftly flashed as he held the large ruler with both hands and suddenly smashed it toward the third Hall Master with all his might. Given the third Hall Master's current peak condition, every action of Xiao Yan's was basically seen by him. It was impossible for Xiao Yan to forcefully collide with him. However, when the third Hall Master saw Xiao Yan's crazy expression, a mocking expression surged deep within his eyes. Ha! Xiao Yan completely ignored the feeling of exhaustion in his body. The giddiness that was transmitted from his mind was also forcefully suppressed by him as he wildly smashed toward the third Hall Master without any regard for his life. Humph! The third Hall Master let out a cold snort. His eyes stared at Xiao Yan, completely ignoring the large fire ruler that was flying toward him. The third Hall Master waited until the large ruler was in front of his face and the searing hot aura invaded his body before he suddenly turned his body. The large ruler pressed close to the third Hall Master's chest as it smashed down. A feeling of danger immediately surged into Xiao Yan's heart when he saw this scene. However, the action of his hand was clearly not something that he could control at this moment. The third Hall Master also used this opportunity to ruthlessly slap his palm forward and violently strike Xiao Yan's chest. A chi sound was mixed with a few clear sounds of bones breaking. Xiao Yan bent his body and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His body flew backwards uncontrollably. The third Hall Master clearly did not want to let Xiao Yan off so easily. Before Xiao Yan could stop his body, the third Hall Master's figure once again appeared behind Xiao Yan. Another palm ruthlessly met with Xiao Yan's body that was flying backwards. Bang! With a bang sound, Xiao Yan's body once again turned around and continued to fly forward. He was like a football that continuously flew forward. Fresh blood was also freely spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. At this moment, Xiao Yan was truly like a lamp that had run out of oil. He could only be mercilessly toyed with by the third Hall Master. Bang! With another bang sound, Xiao Yan's body flew backwards by 10,000 feet. This time, the third Hall Master did not chase after him. After all, from the third Hall Master's point of view, Xiao Yan was already unable to escape from his palm. Since he had played enough, there was no need to continue. If Xiao Yan died, he would really be unable to answer to his superiors. Xiao Yan also stabilized his body with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he looked at the third Hall Master. However, under this ruthlessness, there was also some helplessness. At this point, I'm afraid that I can't care so much. Although I don't know if it will be effective, I can only try my best. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the pain and weakness brought about by the serious injuries on his body. He clenched his teeth tightly, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His palms, which were also stained with blood, slowly gathered strength. After a few breaths, he suddenly clenched his palms. The pain in his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. His aura suddenly fluctuated. His hands were held in front of his chest. His fingers swiftly moved, and mysterious symbols were formed one after another. With a thought, the light in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shook. Following this, he let out an explosive cry in his heart. Clan Tattoo appear. Chapter 96. Ha! Clan Tattoo, appear. An explosive cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. The Do Di bloodline within his body, which had been silent for 10 years, had finally erupted today. The mysterious ancient clan tattoo once again surfaced between Xiao Yan's brows. It merged with the fire seal, causing it to appear unusually mysterious. A majestic aura that was filled with an ancient aura spread from Xiao Yan's body the moment the clan tattoo appeared, causing the boundless sky to tremble. The ancient aura was really terrifying. Even until now, it still caused the world to be extremely shocked. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the ancient humans were. The purple-gold Do-D bloodline swiftly swelled within the blood vessels within Xiaoyan's body. Wave after wave of powerful and pure energy spluttered out and galloped within Xiaoyan's body. The purple-gold Do-D bloodline within Xiaoyan's blood vessels agglomerated into a purple-gold blood dragon in an instant. The blood dragon swiftly moved through Xiaoyan's blood vessels. Wherever it passed, a purple-gold brilliant light would scatter. This light passed through Xiaoyan's blood vessels and merged into the damaged internal organs and bones within Xiaoyan's body. In merely a couple of breaths, the bones and organs that had been injured by the third hallmaster had clearly recovered. The aura of the blood dragon exploded. Its body flashed and it actually arrived within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body. As the blood dragon swiftly circled, it also caused the vortex within Xiaoyan's body to involuntarily circulate. The flame art chi method was also circulating at a frightening speed that it had never experienced before. In the outside world, the expression on Xiaoyan's face changed slightly. His eyes swept over the natural energy that had become as turbulent as the waves of the deep sea due to the activation of the Do-D bloodline within his body. Surprise involuntarily flashed across the depths of his eyes. The Do-D bloodline was actually this powerful. Even with Xiaoyan's current strength, he was actually able to create such a vast aura. It was no wonder that the 8 ancient clans placed such importance on the strength of the bloodline. The bloodline of a Do-D was really this frightening. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body instantly swept out, completely wrapping Xiaoyan within it. The natural energy was also completely absorbed into the vortex within Xiaoyan's body under the frightening refinement of the heavenly flame. In merely a moment, the empty vortex within Xiaoyan's body was once again replaced by an extremely pure Do-Qi. At this moment, Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the level of a 4-star half-martial emperor. However, even with this being the case, Xiaoyan's aura was still rapidly rising. As his aura continued to rise, it told Xiaoyan that the end of this aura was far from here. While Xiaoyan was activating the Do-D bloodline within his body, the Saint Blood Crystal, which contained the fate of the entire Xiao clan, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light at this moment in a glorious large hall tens of thousands of kilometers away. It illuminated the originally bright and beautiful large hall until it appeared like a glass celestial palace. A human figure wrapped in a black robe quietly appeared in front of the Saint Blood Crystal the moment the golden light flickered. A pair of sharp old eyes under the black robe also emitted a surprised glint. This is the bloodline strength within that person's body that has been activated. From the looks of it, that person has likely met a great enemy. The person under the black robe used a somewhat hoarse old voice to mutter to himself. From the sound of his voice, this old man was surprisingly the first elder who had ordered Xiao Mingyuan to leave the clan back then. However, at this moment, the first elder was extremely worried in his heart. The only explanation for activating the bloodline strength for no reason was that this person had met with a great calamity. Helpless, he could only activate the D bloodline within his body to ensure his safety. Humph. Third brother. You have left the clan for such a long time, yet you are still unable to find that person. This time around, you have really gone overboard. A bright golden light was reflected in the first elder's eyes. Both of his eyes stared intently at the Saint Blood Crystal. It was a long while later before he finally opened his mouth and spoke in a somewhat furious voice. Someone come. A low cry was transmitted from within the large hall. However, in an instant, a dark black human figure appeared behind the first elder without any forewarning. He supported himself with one hand on the ground and knelt on one knee. He was silent. Although he was behind the first elder, he appeared to be in front of the first elder. The first elder did not pay much attention to him as he opened his mouth and spoke. Go and find Xiao Mingyuan. Tell him to quickly search for that person. If he cannot find him in the middle region, then go to the southern region. If he cannot find him in the southern region, then search all the regions for me. No matter what, you must find him and bring him back. A furious voice was transmitted, causing the kneeling person's body to involuntarily tremble. In his heart, he knew that the first elder was truly furious this time around. Not daring to be negligent, that person nodded slightly before his body flashed again and swiftly fled the large hall. Within the large hall, the first elder once again stood quietly in the same spot. After a long while, His body gradually became illusory and quietly disappeared from the large hall. The third hall master stared intently at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Xiaoyan's method at this moment had actually forcefully raised his physical strength by 2 stars. First there was the extermination firebody, and now there was the bloodline strength. If these two were to be activated at the same time, how terrifying would the power be? It was likely that just thinking about it would cause one's entire body to turn cold. In merely a moment, the aura and strength all over Xiaoyan's body had already changed from its previous weak appearance. His entire body's aura was like a rainbow that shot towards the sky. His strength could break through the heavens in an instant. Even when compared to old Ghost Yu at his peak condition, he was not inferior. Xiaoyan let out a long roar towards the sky. 1,000 feet wide fire pillar shot out from Xiaoyan's mouth. It penetrated through the empty space and pierced into the endless empty space, causing the space to fluctuate. By the time Xiaoyan turned his head and took a look, the pair of dim eyes from before had already disappeared. At this moment, it was a pair of flaming eyes that were scattered with a dazzling fire light. With a slight turn, the heavenly flame that could soar into the sky flew out from Xiaoyan's flaming eyes and burned the sky. When the third hall master saw this scene, he was extremely shocked. How could he dare to let Xiaoyan continue? His body moved and a thick black fog rippled out from all over his body. In a flash, he had already appeared outside of the heavenly flame around Xiaoyan's body. Humph! False bravado. Today, this old man will definitely bring you back to my sect. Xiaoyan, it's best that you don't try to struggle in vain. Come and take this old man's palm. Sky Demon Palm. The third hall master struck with his palm and a frightening black fog surged out. The sky demon palm that the third hall master had unleashed once again soared with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a large palm that was 1,000 feet in size. It covered the sky as it violently slammed toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan used his pair of flaming eyes to sweep over the sky demon palm that was violently slamming toward him. His nose emitted a cold snort. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he said, "False bravado? Humph humph, from the way I see it, you are the one who is false bravado. You are merely a useless person who only has looks." Without waiting for the third hall master to react, Xiaoyan's body turned and the dou qi in his body swiftly surged out. The heavenly flame also instantly spread over Xiaoyan's palm. His palm violently smashed toward the sky demon palm of the third hall master. Yellow Spring Palm. A palm that was only the size of a human's palm flew out when Xiaoyan's palm struck out. The space instantly collapsed wherever the yellow spring palm passed. A dark, deep, empty space appeared behind the yellow spring palm. The yellow spring palm carried an overwhelming might as it violently smashed toward the sky demon palm of the third hall master. The sky demon palm merely lasted for a couple of breaths when the two collided before it burst apart with a loud bang. Xiaoyan also moved at this moment. His body flashed and appeared in front of the third hall master. His fist violently smashed toward the third hall master's face. Grade 8 smash. The flaming arm that was covered by the heavenly flame passed by with a bang. The third hall master's skinny face also felt a fiery pain. His heart did not dare to underestimate the attack. His body swiftly pulled back as his fist met Xiaoyan's enormous flaming fist. Sky Demon Fist. In an instant, the two fists had already collided. Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook as a powerful force suddenly poured out from his fist and smashed toward the third hall master. The third hall master naturally did not dare to be careless. The dou qi in his body surged out and gathered on his fist. He did his best to block Xiaoyan's powerful and overbearing punch. However, it was still a pity. At this moment, Xiaoyan was at his peak condition and his strength had far surpassed his previous strength. With just the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, Xiaoyan was able to fight an intense battle with the third hall master. Currently, Xiaoyan's strength had reached the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. Even if the third hall master had the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor, one should not forget that Xiaoyan's physical strength was truly terrifying. The two complemented each other. How could the third hall master contend against Xiaoyan's full strength? Ha! A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Get lost. Grade 8 smash. Explode. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion resounded across this place. At this moment, even this place was no longer able to restrain the two. The battle between the two was no longer something that could be controlled by the world. As the explosion sounded, The third hall master's body fell like a meteorite and once again smashed into the endless abyss. Humph! You want to retreat? Do you really think that you can retreat? A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose. His body once again shook abruptly. A beautiful heavenly flame suddenly agglomerated on his back. In an instant, it turned into a pair of beautiful flame wings. The footwork under Xiaoyan's feet changed. His body, which was standing in the empty air, instantly disappeared. At the same time, the third hall chief's swiftly falling body suddenly paused in the air. Soon after, he turned into a human cannonball that shot toward the sky with a bang. However, from the looks of it, he appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. Again. Grade 8 smash. Bang. Bang. In merely a moment, the third hall chief, who had been in an aggressive manner earlier, was currently being beaten by Xiaoyan left and right like a dead dog. An unknown number of bones in his body had been broken. Fresh blood scattered over the sky like rain. Just looking at it caused one to feel a chill surge into one's heart. Even though this was the case, he still did his best to dodge Xiaoyan's attacks. Even so, his distorted bloody face actually revealed a vicious and ruthless smile, which caused one to feel incomparably strange. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Xiaoyan sent the third hall master flying thousands of miles with a punch. His body once again flashed and appeared 1,000 feet in front of the third hall master. His hands were behind his back. A pair of eyes, which were filled with bright flames, calmly looked at the third hall master. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile, but he did not say anything. The third hall master's body, which was covered in blood, suddenly shook. The black fog that lingered around his body was instantly absorbed into his body. He let out a savage laugh and immediately looked at Xiaoyan with a murderous intent in his eyes. TSK. Flame Emperor Xiaoyan, you have been smart all your life. However, only today will you be foolish. I've just suffered a loss at your hands, but you've suffered a second time. The third hall master's eyes were filled with a brutal murderous intent. His pair of sinister old eyes were filled with madness as he stared at Xiaoyan and laughed maniacally. Do you think I'll be at a disadvantage twice? May I know what you mean? Xiaoyan's eyes flickered deep within his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted into a playful smile as he looked at the third hall master and slowly asked. The eyes of the third hall master became incomparably savage when he heard this. It was as though Xiaoyan was already in his bag. Xiaoyan, do you really think that I, an 8-star ban emperor, will be suppressed by you, a 5-star ban emperor, until I am in such a state? Xiaoyan did not speak. He only quietly looked at the third hall master. He knew that the third hall master would give him an answer. You are wrong. With my strength, although I do not dare to say that I can capture you with one hand, I can also do it if I am given enough time. And you have coincidentally given me this time. Before his voice sounded, the third hall master slowly lifted both of his hands. A mysterious seal suddenly appeared in his palms. From the looks of this seal, it was the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm that the old flame demon ghost had displayed back then. TSK. This palm technique is originally an E-class Do technique. Although I am unable to completely unleash it due to my lack of strength, if I were to use all of my strength, it would definitely not be inferior to a high-level human-class Do technique. Xiaoyan, no matter what, you will definitely fall into my hands today. Xiaoyan's expression remained extremely calm when he heard this. High-level human-class Do technique, huh? He seemed to have one as well. Moreover, if one were to really talk about it, a high-level human-class Do technique that had transformed into a Do technique was not something that an ordinary high-level human-class Do technique could compare with. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. His hand, which was behind him, was slowly withdrawn in front of his chest. He flipped his palm and a fire lotus that was burning with a brilliant flame appeared in Xiaoyan's hand. Due to the absence of the nihility devouring flame, the merged heavenly flames had become a substitute for the nihility devouring flame. In this way, the strength of this angry Buddha lotus flame should not be inferior to the 4-colored fire lotus from back then. Moreover, due to it being merged with many heavenly flames, the strength of this fire lotus might be even greater than before. When the third hall master saw the fire lotus in Xiaoyan's hand, a shock immediately surged onto his originally arrogant face. It was unexpected that while he was scheming against Xiaoyan was actually using him to scheme against him. However, This thought merely lasted for an instant before it was completely suppressed by the third hall master. His shocked face once again recovered its arrogance. His face was filled with disdain as he looked at the fire lotus in Xiao Yan's hand. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he coldly laughed. Xiao Yan, I was wondering what kind of frightening preparation you had. It turns out that you merely have this angry Buddha lotus flame that is comparable to a low-level human class Do technique. TSK. If this is the case, you will definitely not be able to escape from my hands today. Xiao Yan's face remained calm in the face of this. In the next instant, a murderous intent surged into his eyes as he looked at the third hall master. His palm pushed the fire lotus in his hand toward the third hall master. At the same time, his mouth laughed coldly as he spoke. I will only know exactly how strong it is after I see it. Let me see just how strong your high human class Do technique, mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm is. The third hall master was extremely confident in his heart at this moment. He was naturally not afraid of Xiao Yan's attack. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. A brutal murderous intent swiftly surged within his eyes. He unleashed the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm in his hand and charged toward Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame. Since you are in such a hurry to seek death, the old me shall fulfill your wish. The palm-sized mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm swiftly swelled in this empty space. In merely an instant, it once again turned into an enormous palm that reached the sky. It violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan was unconcerned about this. His expression carried a solemn expression as he looked at the angry Buddha lotus flame that had already flown out. Ever since the last time, Xiao Yan was already extremely clear that his control of the angry Buddha lotus flame was only limited to before the third wave of attacks. If it was completely unleashed, even in this condition, Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to escape. Hence, at this moment, the only thing that Xiao Yan paid attention to was not the third hall master, nor was it the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm. Instead, it was this destructive angry Buddha lotus flame that Xiao Yan had created. In an instant, the angry Buddha lotus flame and the mysterious underworld soul-devouring palm were merely a couple of dozen feet apart. Both of them were man-class high-level Do skills. The empty space where they passed had already turned into a dark black deep darkness. The sky also repeatedly trembled and roared under the frightening pressure of these two. The area within a 5,000-kilometer radius was deathly silent. There was no sign of life. That Mu Ling had already left this place and his whereabouts were unknown. Next, it was up to Xiao Yan and the third hall master. Two super Do skills were unleashed together. If they were careless, the two of them might be Tang Tang Bandy experts, but they would still not be able to escape death. Hence, the battle today completely depended on fate. An instant later, the entire sky was finally covered by a glaring white glow. Even the deep mountains and old forests tens of thousands of kilometers away were illuminated by this white glow until they were unable to look directly at it. The people within the cities also felt an extremely frightening pressure sweep over in an instant. Even those people who had been in high positions for a long time finally knelt on the ground in fear. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. At this moment, a roaring sound that resounded over the sky suddenly sounded in the area where Xiao Yan and the third hall master were located. Immediately, one could see a frightening flame wave sweep over the entire sky. Even with the strength of the third hall master, he was not lucky enough to escape being struck by this attack. With a grug sound, fresh blood was wildly spat out from the mouth of the third hall master. His body also involuntarily shot backwards. The aura of his entire body instantly became sluggish at this moment. However, this was not the end. Before the first wave of flame wave could completely sweep over, another wave was once again shot out. This time around, the third hall master was really helpless. This second attack once again smashed into his chest. Bang! Another wave of extremely ferocious flame wave swept over. The entire world was in a kind of blazing heat. Everything that had form was turned into a vacuum of nothingness. After the third wave, the third hall master was finally seriously injured. Once the final wave completely engulfed him, the third hall master would definitely disappear from this continent. Roar! Damn it! This old man is not willing to accept this. Not willing to accept this. Flame Emperor Xiao Yan. Today, even if this old man dies, I will definitely drag you down with me. Ha! With a furious roar, the third hall master's body rapidly expanded. Immediately after, an earth-shaking roar sounded. Another wave of frightening pitch-black energy wave swept out and violently collided with the fourth wave of flame wave from the angry Buddha lotus flame. The self-destruction of the full power of an 8-star half-martial emperor. This kind of power was really unparalleled. Even if the fourth wave of the angry Buddha lotus flame was completely unleashed, it was still instantly broken by the third Hall Master's life-risking attack. In an instant, after the third Hall Master exchanged his life for Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame, this attack from the third Hall Master was finally completely suppressed by the third Hall Master. As for this part of the sky, it had turned into a pitch-black nothingness for a long time. Ugh, the ending is not good. Because a lot of the content was deleted, there are some things that were not clearly expressed. However, I still want to add this to my collection. I beg of everyone. Please add this to your collection. Additionally, if you are interested, you can join the group created by Time. Group number 476668761_ov. Chapter 97. 2 months later, southwest border, savage ancient city. Xiao Yan stood outside of the savage ancient city. His eyes looked into the distance at the ancient city that was built from a piece of mysterious rock. An endless stream of human traffic entered and exited the city gate like ants. If one were to carefully observe, one would discover that most of these people were entering and very few were exiting. Are these people all here for the alchemist conference? I wonder how strong the alchemists here are? Lin Fan asked. Xiao Yan had an indifferent smile on his face as he looked at the ancient city that was filled with an ancient aura. He softly muttered before his body moved and flew towards savage ancient city. At this moment, Xiao Yan could already be considered to have complete control over the initial wind movement Heaven's End. If Xiao Yan were to unleash his full speed, it was likely that he would not need to be afraid even if he met an ordinary 7-star bandit. If he were to encounter a 6-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan might even be able to forcefully kill him if he were to go all out. From this, one could see just how frightening the might of this sky extinction step was. Just the initial mastery of the wind movement stage was already able to allow Xiao Yan, a mere 3-star bandit, to face a 7-star bandit. Just how frightening would it be if he were to master this sky absolute step to the complete mastery stage? The might of trampling the heavens, the sky-splitting extinction step. This sentence was most likely not just a casual remark. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure was strolling within the flood of human flow in savage ancient city. As the alchemist grand meeting drew closer, the outstanding talents from various places also began to gather towards savage ancient city. Xiao Yan naturally did not pay too much attention to these people. After arriving at savage ancient city, Xiao Yan's first task was to quickly find the weapon refiner that Luo Jin had mentioned back then. In Xiao Yan's heart, he only wanted to repair his heavy Xian ruler. Other matters were not important in Xiao Yan's eyes. Of course, leaving the southern region could also be considered an important matter in Xiao Yan's heart. After all, regardless of where Xiao Yan went or to what extent he had repaired the heavy Xian ruler, if Xiao Yan did not possess sufficient strength, the destruction of the heavy Xian ruler was only a matter of time. This was something that Xiao Yan did not wish to see. As he thought in this manner, Xiao Yan's footsteps unknowingly became a little faster. In a moment, he had already arrived at the city area of savage ancient city. When he arrived at this place, noise unceasingly filled his ears. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the average strength of the practitioners here was much better than that of Qingyang City. In this place, the weakest practitioner was actually comparable to the central plains of the Douqi continent. They were all Do Huangs. Among them, there was no lack of Do Zongs. Even the elite Do Zuns, who could be called overlord in Qingyang City, were just like ordinary people in this place. Moreover, under Xiao Yan's probing, there were no less than 10 elite Do Shangs. Such strength could be considered quite a good faction in the borders of the continent. These were naturally nothing in Xiao Yan's eyes. However, if he thought about it carefully, he would realize that this was merely the most barren place on the continent. Yet, the strength of the people here had already reached the Do Huang class. They were not the least bit inferior to the 3 valleys of the Do Qi continent. When the 3 valleys were mentioned, Xiao Yan recalled the Burning Flame Valley at this moment. Thinking back, his ancestor Xiao Xian had already told him that the Burning Flame Valley was considered one of the top factions on the continent during the ancient times. The Burning Flame Valley had once produced an elite Do Di. Although he was ignorant back then and did not know that the so-called Do Di they spoke of was merely a bandit in this Yuanwu continent, regardless of how one put it, This still meant that the people from the Burning Flame Valley had once come to this Yuanwu continent during the ancient times. However, he did not know if he would be able to meet them now. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slightly lifted into a smile as he sighed emotionally in his heart. If they were fated, they would naturally meet. Why should he be anxious about everything? After recovering, Xiao Yan's body, which was about to continue walking forward, suddenly paused. His brows were also involuntarily knit together. His body slowly turned around and his eyes looked at a building beside him. This building was shaped like a tower. It had an ancient feel. At a glance, for words would suddenly leap out of one's heart. Rich and overbearing. This pavilion was shockingly built from top-quality black metal wood. On its exterior, there was a barrier that was personally placed by a bandit. If someone really wanted to forcefully barge in, it was likely that it would be impossible unless one possessed the strength of a true Dou-di. A glint flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. His gaze also slowly shifted downwards. Finally, it paused on the signboard above the door. On the signboard, the words, "Hidden Cloud Pavilion," were written in flamboyant calligraphy. The words were written in a very imposing manner. The moment Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the three large words, his eyes narrowed slightly. The three large words seemed to contain a kind of heaven-supporting strength. Even with his current strength, he was actually as insignificant as an ant in front of it. This Yunin pavilion was actually another huge object. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. His gaze swiftly shifted away from the signboard. This was because after feeling a little surprised, he finally calmed down the emotions in his heart. His body moved and he took large strides toward the Yunin pavilion. Xiao Yan felt that there might be something he needed in this place. The moment he stepped into the Yunin pavilion, the noisy outside suddenly quieted down. This Yunin pavilion was like another world. Xiao Yan didn't mind this at all. To him, this kind of thing was too normal. The only thing he wasn't used to was that the moment he stepped into the Yunin pavilion, the light in front of him dimmed. Xiao Yan habitually narrowed his eyes for a moment. Only then did he take in a deep breath and take in everything within the Yunin pavilion. After he recovered, Xiao Yan immediately smelled an extremely rich pill fragrance. The pill fragrance was so rich that it even formed clouds in the air. At this moment, the Yunin pavilion looked like a paradise on earth. Xiao Yan couldn't help but rub his nose. Even so, he couldn't help but sneeze in the end. This kind of rich pill fragrance was really hard for people to accept. He really did not know how these people were able to endure it. They were actually able to turn a blind eye to such a rich pill fragrance. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. He didn't pay any more attention to them. As he looked around, he saw that this incomparably spacious hall was already occupied by many transparent crystal counters. The counters were filled with all kinds of medicinal ingredients. At this moment, these crystal counters were already surrounded by a large crowd. The interior of this large hall was also divided into a medicinal ingredient area and a medicinal pill area. However, these medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills, which could be considered great treasures in the eyes of everyone in front of him, were merely third-rate goods that Xiao Yan did not even care about. After casually looking around, Xiao Yan moved his feet and headed towards the second floor. When he reached the staircase, Xiao Yan was blocked by two old men in front of him. The eyebrows of the two old men involuntarily knit slightly when they saw that Xiao Yan was actually walking toward them. From the looks of it, it appeared that he wanted to go up to the second floor. Immediately, they looked at Xiao Yan. One of the old men revealed a kind smile on his face as he spoke to Xiao Yan. If you wish to go to the second floor, you must possess the strength of a Dou Zong. Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly at this. He had experienced these rules countless times and was naturally incomparably clear about them. The truly good things in this Yunin pavilion were definitely on the second floor. His footsteps did not stop. The aura on Xiao Yan's body suddenly swept out. However, this aura was many times weaker than usual. When the two old men sensed the aura on Xiao Yan's body, their expressions involuntarily changed. Surprise was revealed in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan. This was the first time that they had seen such a young Dou Zong in this ancient wasteland city. That's right. Under the spiritual perception of these two old men, the aura that Xiao Yan was currently emitting was indeed that of a Dou Zong. This was also something that Xiao Yan had intentionally done. After all, if he were to really release his true strength, Xiao Yan was not certain just how big of a commotion it would cause. Moreover, this Yunin pavilion was clearly not an ordinary faction. It was best for him not to attract too much attention. However, although Xiao Yan had unintentionally attracted the attention of others, when he released the aura of a Do Zong, the expressions of the few Do Huang class cultivators, who were mocking him when they saw him preparing to go up to the second floor, appeared extremely interesting at this moment. This included many other people. At this moment, their gazes were also focused on Xiao Yan, this young Do Zong expert. It was not as though they had never seen a Do Zong of this age. Recently, there had indeed been a couple of 20-plus-year-old Do Zongs in this ancient wasteland city. However, those few were all members of famous aristocratic families. Any one of them would cause everyone to feel that they were familiar with them. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared to be an exception. Xiao Yan was naturally not too concerned about this. He nodded and smiled at the two old men. Seeing this, the two old men also revealed a kind smile to Xiao Yan. Their bodies tilted slightly and opened up a path for Xiao Yan. Immediately, Xiao Yan gently lifted his feet. His body moved and stepped into the staircase that led to the second floor. His body slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 98. Xiao Yan's footsteps did not pause once he reached the second floor. He ignored those elite Do Zongs on the second floor as his footsteps did not stop. Instead, he walked directly to the stairs leading to the third floor. This time around, Xiao Yan did not perform any courteous actions. The aura within his body swiftly rose to the Do Zun class. That aura that belonged to an elite Do Zun suddenly swept toward the old man seated in front of the stairs. That old man involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He was just about to stand up and warn Xiao Yan when he suddenly sensed the wild, violent aura that belonged to an elite Do Zun from Xiao Yan's body. The expression on his old face changed once again. His action of getting up was forcefully suppressed. His face was filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Yan. His heart repeatedly wondered when such a young elite Do Zun had appeared in the ancient wasteland. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face appeared extremely calm. He did not have the opportunity to see the uncertain expression of the old man in front of him. He took a step forward and stepped into the third floor in front of everyone's eyes. The old man only recovered after Xiao Yan's figure walked past the old man. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Yan's back, which was slowly disappearing from his sight. His brows were tightly knit. A moment later, he could only helplessly shake his head. He turned around and continued to sit cross-legged on the spot, ignoring Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's actions were the same as before after he reached the third floor. The aura within his body instantly soared and only came to a slow stop when it reached the Do Shang class. The expression in the eyes of the elder guarding the pavilion also changed a long while later. He sent Xiao Yan to the fourth floor with a smile in front of everyone's shocked eyes. After Xiao Yan and the old man disappeared, the elite Do Zuns on the third floor, who appeared to be a couple of times more sparse than before, finally involuntarily began to discuss. Such a young elite Do Shang. Even some of the old people, who had long been famous in the southwestern region, involuntarily revealed some surprise in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan. During this short period of time, the people outside of the Union Pavilion had also heard that there was a young elite Do Zong, a young elite Do Zun, and a young elite Do Shang. Although it was said that there were three people, when these people gathered all the characteristics of the three people together, they instantly understood that the three people mentioned were the same person. Xiao Yan's motive for doing all this had been completely guessed by these people. It was just to avoid some unnecessary trouble. However, it was a pity that Xiao Yan's intentions seemed to have backfired. It made more people aware of his existence as a heaven-defying figure. Once Xiao Yan reached the fourth floor, the space in front of him instantly became much more spacious. The number of people on the fourth floor was indeed much less than the few floors below. However, if one were to talk about the strength of the people standing on the fourth floor, it was something that the people below could not compare with. This was because, with the exception of a few people, the rest of them were all elite Do Shangs. The strength of an elite Do Shang was the minimum requirement to enter the fourth floor. From this, one could see just how intimidating the might of the Union Pavilion was. Even those elite Do Zuns, who usually had to be respected in every way in the outside world, could only obediently follow the rules here. From the looks of it, even elite Do Shangs did not dare to have any thoughts about the fifth floor, which was one level higher. The strength of the Union Pavilion could be slightly revealed in such a small matter. From this, one could see how great it was. Xiao Yan randomly swept his eyes over the stairs that led to the fifth floor. His eyes swept over the old man seated cross-legged. After which, he turned his eyes. His eyes seemed to randomly look at the counters. The moment Xiao Yan's eyes shifted away from the old man's eyes, which had been shut, were slowly opened a little. His eyes instantly swept over Xiao Yan. The eyes that he used to look at Xiao Yan also revealed an incomparably shocked glint at this moment. There was also some uncertainty flowing deep within his eyes. Just who is this person? His cultivation has already reached the level of a Bandi Zun at such a young age. Such talent is not the least bit inferior to the young master. Looks like I will need to tell the young master about this matter when I have the opportunity. The old man's eyes continued to sweep over Xiao Yan. His heart was also repeatedly pondering. Finally, he once again took a deep look at Xiao Yan. After which, the seated figure slowly disappeared. Even the many elite doushangs present did not sense the slightest unusual movement. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, turned his head and randomly swept his eyes over the old man's body after it slowly disappeared. After which, he stepped forward and walked to a counter. How could the people who could ascend to the 4th floor be small fries? The attendants were naturally extraordinary. Xiao Yan's feet had just moved when a white-haired old man wearing a brocade robe came forward with a face full of smiles. Xiao Yan observed his aura. The strength of this old man had already reached the Doushang class. The strength of the other attendants was similar to him. It was likely that no one would dare to cause trouble in this hall with them around. At this moment, Xiao Yan's appearance had already attracted the attention of all the elite doushangs. Everyone revealed a surprised expression on their faces when they saw that this elite doushang, who had just arrived, was actually this young. Their eyes contained a rich surprise flashing within them. An elite doushang at such a young age could really be called an existence that defied the natural order. If Xiao Yan, who only possessed the aura of a Dou Zun earlier, could be described as a demon. However, Xiao Yan, whose aura had reached the Doushang class at this moment, possessed a frightening talent. Only the word, defying the natural order, could barely describe him. It was just that one did not know just what kind of interesting expression these people would reveal on their faces once they became aware that Xiao Yan's true strength was that of a Bandi Zun. How could the word, defying the natural order, be able to completely describe Xiao Yan's frightening talent? At this moment, everyone in the hall had also remembered Xiao Yan in their hearts after sensing the genuine Doushang aura on Xiao Yan's body. The frightening talent that Xiao Yan had displayed at this moment was sufficient to cause them to view him with great importance. His strength had already reached such a heaven-defying level at such a young age. If he were to truly mature in the future, would he not become a frightening existence like a giant? How could this cause them to not view Xiao Yan with great importance? However, compared to all of this, Xiao Yan, who was the main character of the hall, did not pay any attention to this in his heart. His eyes were merely focused on a certain counter in the hall. He was already completely certain that there was something there that he needed at this moment. Chapter 99. As Xiao Yan lifted his foot, the elder beside him also noticed the direction of Xiao Yan's gaze. Immediately, a glint flashed in his old eyes. He had a rough idea of what Xiao Yan wanted to see. This elder was indeed someone who had worked in the Yunin Pavilion for many years. With just a glance, he was able to detect what Xiao Yan wanted. It was not an exaggeration to say that old people were shrewd when used on him. Before Xiao Yan could step forward, the elder had already stepped forward. He moved past the crowd in the hall and arrived in front of the crystal counter. With a glance, he stared at a palm-sized jade box on the counter. This jade box looked as clear as crystal and emitted a chilling aura that seeped into one's soul. Clearly, this jade box was no ordinary item. Through the translucent jade box, one could clearly see that within the jade box, there was a palm-sized crimson-red crystal that was quietly lying within. Even though the jade box was doing its best to block it, one could still feel an extremely violent fire-type energy wreaking havoc in the small space outside the jade box, causing the space to slightly distort. One could only imagine how terrifying the fire energy contained within this crystal was. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the crowd in front of him and landed on the jade box. More accurately, it was the scarlet-red crystal that was emitting a scorching heat within the jade box. This was also the reason why Xiao Yan had entered the Yunin Pavilion this time. Xiao Yan's face was filled with joy and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into an extremely satisfied smile. The gaze that he used to look at the jade box was filled with determination. Although the old man's face carried a twilight color, his pair of old eyes were extremely sharp. The satisfied smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was completely absorbed into his eyes. Immediately, the elder carefully and quickly took out the jade box and placed it on the crystal counter in front of him. After which, he once again looked at Xiao Yan and chuckled as he opened his mouth and said, "May I ask if you are willing to buy this flame essence jade from my pavilion?" Xiao Yan once again smiled in his heart. This little old man was really wise. He actually took the initiative to speak before the buyer. "Could it be that you are so sure that I want to buy your item?" Smiling slightly in his heart, Xiao Yan also regained his senses and looked at the elder. The corners of his mouth curled into a heartwarming smile as he gently nodded in the elder's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yan's action of nodding his head had just paused when a voice that was not very harmonious was suddenly emitted from within the hall. "This flame essence jade flame is mine." When these words rang out, everyone in the hall was stunned. Soon after, the crowd slowly parted and two figures slowly walked out. Everyone in the hall involuntarily frowned when they saw the two of them. Their eyes contained some pity as they looked at Xiao Yan. It was as though they were telling Xiao Yan that this fellow was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes contained some displeasure as he looked at the two of them. He directly ignored the warning eyes of the others. They were merely a Ban Sheng and an 8-star Do Sheng. This kind of strength was unable to stir any great waves in front of Xiao Yan. The elder in charge of the sale was clearly quite familiar with the two of them. His expression changed a little as he looked at the two of them. His brows involuntarily knit together. "Childly, this flame essence jade flame is something that this young master wants to buy. Therefore, I hope that Childly can take back your words." However, the younger man among the two of them snorted coldly in the face of this elder's persuasion. He immediately opened his mouth and laughed coldly. "Oh, is that so? In that case, I'm really sorry. Everyone seated here and I did not see this." Mr. nod his head. "I say everyone, am I right?" He turned his eyes to the elite Do Shang standing beside him as he spoke. His eyes contained some ill intent as he asked. The expressions of those people changed when they came into contact with his eyes. Their eyes involuntarily looked at the old man beside him. That old man seemed to have some indulgence in the actions of this young man in front of him. It was as though all of this did not matter whether the young man in front of him did it or not. A soft snort was emitted from the old man's nose. His face was indifferent as he swept his gaze over everyone in the hall. Anyone who was stared at by his gaze would have fear surging into their eyes. Immediately after, they lowered their heads and did not say a word. At this moment, Child Li's eyes were filled with a cold smile as he looked at Xiao Yan. He had not come to the Yunyin Pavilion for anything important. This flame essence jade flame was not part of his plan. However, this sudden arrival of Xiao Yan had snatched his limelight in an instant. It should be known that he, Li Kong, was the true pride of this ancient savage city. He had stepped into the Banshang class at a young age and had always been respected and admired by tens of thousands of people ever since he made his debut. Although he was far inferior to the young master of the Yunyin Pavilion, he was the only person he did not submit to. However, when he thought about it, this Xiao Yan, who had suddenly arrived, appeared to be around the same age as him. Moreover, looking at Xiao Yan's soft and tender appearance, it was likely that Xiao Yan was really a little younger than him. Despite this, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the true Do Shang class. He was many times stronger than a fake Shang like him. This was also the reason why he wanted to speak out and compete with Xiao Yan. Today he, Li Kong, wanted to suppress Xiao Yan's limelight and let him understand who was the main character in this ancient savage city. All of this was naturally seen by the old man in front of the counter. However, the strength of the old man beside the young man was indeed extraordinary. This young man's background could be considered to be quite strong in this ancient savage city. At this moment, even he felt quite helpless in his heart. He could only hesitate for a moment before opening his mouth once again to speak. "Childly, I hope that you can understand that this is my Yunyin Pavilion. Please abide by the rules of my Yunyin Pavilion." This flame essence jade flame was something that this young master had agreed to buy. I hope that young master will take back his words. When the old man's words left his mouth, he directly mentioned the rules of the Yunyin Pavilion, causing Li Kang's expression to change slightly. However, an instant later, the old man's words turned into a cold snort from Li Kang's mouth. This time around, he ignored the old man. Instead, he directly looked at Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he stared at Xiao Yan and said, If you don't want anything to happen to you, get out of this ancient savage city. Otherwise what? Before Li Kong could finish speaking, Xiao Yan's cold voice was suddenly transmitted over. At this moment, anyone could hear the trace of anger within Xiao Yan's words. At this moment, Xiao Yan had placed all of his attention on the flame essence jade flame. Originally, he had planned to directly leave the Yunin pavilion after obtaining it. After all, it should not take long for him to do so. However, this Li Kong had forcefully wasted all of Xiao Yan's time here. This really caused some irritation to surge into Xiao Yan's heart. When Li Kong heard Xiao Yan's words, a fury involuntarily flashed across his brows. The person in front of him was really bold. An ordinary Do Sheng actually dared to rebuke him in such a manner in front of an 8-star Do Sheng. How could this young master of the Li clan not feel humiliated in his heart? Good. What a heaven-defying person. Your future achievements might not be low. In the future, this young master might not be able to touch you. However, this does not mean that I can now. Today, the day you leave this Yunin pavilion will be the day you die. Li Kang's face actually revealed a ruthless expression when he spoke until this point. His words were also filled with viciousness. You are very noisy. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart had really become a little impatient. He dared to guarantee that if this fellow in front of him spoke another word, he would immediately crush him. First, young Master Li, don't tell me that you intend to continue causing trouble in my Yunin pavilion. Just as Li Kong was about to continue saying something to Xiao Yan and the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was about to move, another voice broke through the air and was transmitted over. This caused the expressions of everyone in the hall to harden. Even Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. The Do Qi that was about to rise within his body once again recovered its calmness. The calmness of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body also caused the person who had spoken earlier to sigh in relief in his heart. Li Kang's heart became even angrier when he heard these words that were directed at him. However, he did not dare to act rashly in front of this person who had appeared at this moment. He could only soften his tone as he opened his mouth to speak. Elder Xian must be joking. How would this junior dare to cause trouble in the Yunin pavilion? The Elder Xian coldly snorted when he heard this. He did not say anything to Li Kong. Instead, he directly opened his mouth to speak. The old me has already seen everything that has happened today. This flame essence chalcedony was indeed obtained by this friend first. My Yunin pavilion should abide by the pavilion's rules and sell it to this friend. At this point, anyone could tell that this person was clearly here for Xiao Yan. Although Li Kong was unwilling in his heart, he could only suppress the resentment in his heart. He did not dare to say anything else as he nodded his head in agreement. However, the gaze that he used to look at Xiao Yan was filled with endless resentment. Clearly, the current Xiao Yan had already become a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh. In his opinion, Xiao Yan would definitely die today. However, Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about this at this moment. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on this old man. Xiao Yan had a feeling that this old man was not necessarily helping him because of his strength. However, the reason behind this was still unknown. However, it was likely that there would be an answer soon. Chapter 100. My friend, may I know your name? Elder Xian changed his tone and ignored Li Kang's bitter expression. Instead, he smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was standing to the side, and asked with a smile. Others might not be able to see Xiao Yan's true strength, but how could he not? A middle 3-star half-martial emperor could be considered an extremely strong expert in the ancient savage city. Although Li Kong also had an extraordinary background in the savage ancient city, if he really wanted to touch the young man in front of him, it was likely that he would have to think twice before doing so. When Xiao Yan heard the Elder Xian's words, a faint smile appeared on his face. He cupped his hands towards Elder Xian and said with a smile, I am Yan Xiao. When Elder Xian heard this, a glint flashed across his eyes. He also replied with a smile and then said, Little friend Yan Xiao, it is my Hidden Cloud Pavilion's fault for not being able to uphold justice for you in today's matter. Hence, I have wasted quite a bit of your time. In that case, I shall treat this flame jade essence as a way to acknowledge you as my friend and also as an apology gift from my Hidden Cloud Pavilion. I will not accept a single cent of this item. I will give it to you. When Elder Xian said these words, the expressions of everyone in the hall, including Li Kong, changed once again. It was clear that he wanted to be on good terms with Yan Xiao. That was why he was so generous. It should be known that the Yunyin Pavilion was a superpower. The items within the Yunyin Pavilion were all priceless treasures that were difficult to find in the outside world. However, the items within the Yunyin Pavilion were all extremely expensive. Therefore, the Yunyin Pavilion had another name in the outside world: Heavenly Rare Pavilion. These three simple words were enough to explain the true value of the Yunyin Pavilion. In many people's opinion, this was perhaps the true reason why the Yunyin Pavilion was able to possess such strength. After all, without sufficient resources and power, who would be willing to join the Yunyin Pavilion? When Xiao Yan heard Elder Xian's words, his expression couldn't help but be slightly startled. Even if Elder Xian knew that he was a half-martial emperor expert, this alone wasn't enough for him to hand over the flame essence chalcedony. As for what Elder Xian said about fairness and injustice, Xiao Yan didn't believe it at all. Those words were only used to fool ghosts. Xiao Yan didn't think that he had anything on him that was worth Elder Xian doing this. After all, even with his current strength, he couldn't even be ranked in the Yunyin Pavilion. However, if that was the case, why did Elder Xian give him the flame essence chalcedony? Xiao Yan didn't have the heart to think about it after a long while. To the current Xiao Yan, as long as he could obtain the flame essence chalcedony, Elder Xian's motive wasn't that important. If Elder Xian really wanted to do anything to him, Xiao Yan was confident that he wouldn't be able to return alive. Then I thank Elder Xian. Xiao Yan cupped his hands again and nodded slightly as he smiled at Elder Xian. Elder Xian once again smiled when he heard this. A glint flickered in his old eyes. The various thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart had mostly been guessed by him. The eyes with which he looked at Xiao Yan had an additional admiration. What is young friend Yan Xiao saying? Today's matter was originally due to my Yunyin Pavilion not handling things properly. This resulted in someone wanting to forcefully snatch it. The old me should give young friend Yan Xiao an explanation. Where is the thanks coming from? Elder Xian's words, which had a hidden meaning, caused Li Kong, who had been standing by the side with his head lowered and not speaking, to turn extremely red. The fury in his heart was about to explode. If Elder Xian wasn't present at this moment, it was likely that he, Li Kong, would have forcefully attacked Xiao Yan even if this was the Yunyin Pavilion. The expressions of the many elite Dou Shangs from the other factions changed when they sensed the vaguely present wild killing intent from Li Kang's body. It was as though they were afraid of offending this murderous god. All of them bowed to Elder Xian and left. The hall on the 4th floor had also become empty within a short moment. The only ones who remained were Li Kong and the 8-star Dou Shang behind him. Of course, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to leave. After all, Li Kong was still here. He wanted to see just what Li Kong was planning to do. Elder Xian felt helpless in his heart when he saw the smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. His eyes were filled with disgust as he looked at Li Kong. Li Kong usually acted like a hedonistic son of a rich family. He had bullied others many times. However, due to his status, Elder Xian was unable to say anything. Moreover, Li Kang's grandfather also had some ability. As long as they were in this ancient wildland city, even the Yunyin Pavilion would have to give him some face. This also caused Li Kong to not fear anyone in his heart. Even if he faced an elite Dou Shang, he would still look down on them. However, he just had to meet Xiao Yan today. He could only blame himself for this. The silent atmosphere continued for a while. Only then did Elder Xian turn his eyes to Li Kong. He also knew that if Xiao Yan did not leave today, it was likely that Li Kong would continue to stay here. However, from the look on Xiao Yan's face, it was clear that he did not care about this. Elder Xian was helpless. He rolled his eyes and his expression became serious. He once again opened his mouth to speak to Li Kong. Child Li, your actions just now have scared away all the guests of my Yunyin Pavilion. According to the rules of my Yunyin Pavilion, although you did not take any action, what you have done is already a fact. Therefore, Child Li, please leave my Yunyin Pavilion. For the next month, you are not allowed to take even half a step into my Yunyin Pavilion. Once these open words were spoken, Li Kang's expression instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, one could even hear the sound of him grinding his teeth in this silent hall. This was enough to show the fury in Li Kang's heart. Child Li, don't tell me that you want to violate the rules of my Yunyin Pavilion. At this moment, Elder Xian's old face revealed a cold and stern expression. As he spoke, he also used some Dou Qi, causing the entire hall to tremble. With the addition of Do Qi, Elder Xian's words directly passed through the Yunin Pavilion and into the ears of the people in the city. Instantly, the people in the city were stunned once again. In this ancient wildland city, who did not know that the person known as Child Li was Li Kong? At this moment, Li Kong actually dared to violate the rules of the Yunin Pavilion. It was likely that even if his grandfather came, he would not be able to do anything. This bastard is really daring. He even dares to violate the rules of the Yunin Pavilion. Looking at the elder who spoke, it should be Elder Xian. Serves him right. Shoo, lower your voice. If the people from the Li family hear you, be careful of your head. Once Elder Xian's words sounded out, there were immediately people who let out cold laughs. Of course, there were also people who cautiously reminded others. After all, Li Kang's reputation was well known in this ancient wildland city. If they could avoid offending him, they would naturally not be so bored as to seek death. At this moment, within the Yunin Pavilion, Li Kong naturally did not have the time to care about what the people in the outside world said about him. At this moment, there was only an endless fury in his heart. Even so, after struggling for a while in his heart, he still unwillingly acknowledged. Following which, he led the old man behind him and swiftly disappeared from the Yunin Pavilion. Brother Yan Xiao, now that the two of them have left, this old man has already given them the appropriate punishment. The unhappiness in your heart should naturally disappear, right? When Xiao Yan heard this, he smiled. How could he not know that Elder Xian was probably afraid that he would really kill the two of them in a fit of anger in the Yunin Pavilion? It's just a small matter. I don't care about it. However, if they still want to offend me, I am not someone who can be so easily bullied. When he saw the ruthless expression on Xiao Yan's face, Elder Xian's expression changed slightly. He let out a heroic laugh and once again opened his mouth to laugh. Of course. Today's matter is only because no matter what, my Yunin Pavilion is still a business. If something were to happen, it would not be good for my reputation. However, outside of my Yunin Pavilion, what happens to Li Kong will depend on his own luck. However, Brother Yan Xiao, it is worth mentioning that Li Kang's grandfather is not weak. He is a 6-star half-martial emperor. I hope that Brother Yan Xiao will pay attention to him. When he heard this, a ray of light flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. No wonder Li Kong dared to act so boldly. His grandfather's strength had already reached the level of a 6-star half-martial emperor. However, even if that was the case, to Xiao Yan, it was nothing. He had already killed 2 8-star half-martial emperors. A mere 6-star half-martial emperor was nothing to him. However, with regards to Elder Xian's kind warning, Xiao Yan couldn't possibly ignore it. After expressing his thanks, Xiao Yan once again softly laughed and said, "As long as he doesn't come and provoke me, I won't bother with him." When Xiao Yan said those words, Elder Xian's expression couldn't help but become slightly startled. With a 6-star half-martial emperor before him, Elder Xian actually dared to say such words. Elder Xian truly didn't know where Xiao Yan's courage came from. After smiling and nodding his head, Elder Xian didn't say anything else. As for Xiao Yan, he didn't have the heart to explain too much. If Li Kang's grandfather really wanted to attack him, Elder Xian would naturally understand. The two of them chatted for a little longer. However, old Xian was completely speechless. Even with his shrewdness, he still felt a wave of helplessness when facing Xiao Yan. No matter what kind of clever interrogation he used, he was unable to obtain even the slightest bit of information about Xiao Yan. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally left the Yunin Pavilion under Elder Xian's strange gaze. As for Elder Xian, his figure also slowly disappeared as if he had never appeared. When Xiao Yan left the Yunin Pavilion, on the 6th floor of the Yunin Pavilion, which had never been visited by outsiders, a young man wearing a green robe was smiling as he watched Xiao Yan's figure slowly disappear into the crowd. Due to the barrier set up by the Dodi, Xiao Yan didn't notice that young man at all. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a collection. If you are interested, you can even join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 101. Yunin Pavilion, on the 6th floor. Elder Xian's figure slowly appeared from a corner of the hall. He looked at the young man standing in front of the window with a smile full of admiration. After a long while, Elder Xian waited for the man to withdraw his gaze before he smiled and sighed. Young master, it has been a long time since I've seen you pay so much attention to a person. The man laughed softly and did not reply. However, there was a flicker of light in his eyes. How is it? Clear and unique words slowly came out of his mouth. Elder Xian also understood what he was referring to. Without much hesitation, Elder Xian sighed softly and smiled. This child is not ordinary. Even I have to be extremely careful when I talk to him. Moreover, he had also used a roundabout way to test the overall strength of my hidden cloud pavilion. If it wasn't for the fact that this old man was quite astute, perhaps he would have really gotten some information out of me. The man laughed again. However, he seemed to have expected this. He laughed softly and asked again, "Is he looking for something?" When Elder Xian heard this, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The young master seemed to be paying too much attention to that Yen Xiao. That's not it. It's just that I followed your instructions and gave him a piece of flame jade essence that he wanted. The man nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. However, Elder Xian suddenly let out a soft chuckle and said, "That's right. When I was talking to him, I reminded him that Li Gon's strength was that of a 6-star half-emperor. However, his answer was a little strange." Without waiting for the man to ask, Elder Xian continued. He said that if Li Gon did not touch him, he would not be bothered. This was a little arrogant. Naturally, Elder Xian's words were not as simple as it seemed. He saw that the man in front of him was paying abnormal attention to Xiao Yan. He was afraid that the man had misjudged him. That was why he said such words. However, when these words left his mouth, the man let out an indescribable laughter. Immediately after, the man turned his head to look at Elder Xian and laughed. "Elder Xian, you said that he was arrogant. Haha, if you had seen how he killed an 8-star half-emperor cloud-splitting wolf with a single strike, I'm afraid that you would not have such thoughts." When these words were spoken, the expressions of the few half-emperors in the hall, including Elder Xian, all changed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the man. Killing an 8-star half-emperor with a single strike. How frightening the strength did he need to possess? Was he, a mere 3-star half-emperor, truly capable of such a feat? However, since these words were emitted from the mouth of this young man in front of them, everyone present naturally did not doubt him. Hence, at this moment, the position of Xiao Yan's strength in everyone's hearts could only be summed up in 4 words. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. As for the figure that had been standing in front of the window, the young pavilion master that everyone in the savage ancient city spoke of, the true master behind the scenes of the Union Pavilion, was Luo Jin, who had been separated from Xiao Yan not long ago. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on a bed within an inn. The flame mantra, Qi method within his body was slowly circulating. Between the heavens and the earth, an extremely pure natural energy also appeared from the space around Xiao Yan's body. It transformed into threads of energy threads that entered the Qi paths within Xiao Yan's body from the pores all over his body. Following the repeated circulation of the Qi method and after a couple of refinements, it finally followed the route of the Qi method and entered the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. This situation continued for a total of 4 hours before the vortex within Xiao Yan's body gradually stopped circulating. The vast natural energy that lingered around Xiao Yan's body also slowly scattered. The eyelids of Xiao Yan, who was still seated cross-legged on the bed, trembled slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an incomparably sharp light suddenly shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. It instantly tore through the empty space in front of him and disappeared into it. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. He did not care about this at all. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite jade box appeared in Xiao Yan's palm out of thin air. Ignoring the extremely cold temperature that could freeze mountains and rivers in the eyes of ordinary people, Xiao Yan opened the jade box in his hand. Within the jade box, the scarlet crystal that was the size of an adult's palm was finally completely exposed to the air at this moment. The moment it was exposed, the crystal seemed to want to vent the resentment that had accumulated over a long period of being sealed. Before the jade box could be completely opened, a terrifying flame that was even hotter than magma erupted from the crystal. It instantly swept over the guest room that Xiao Yan was in. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth once again smiled in the face of this frightening flame that even an elite Do Shang had to be careful about. His mouth also softly muttered, "Your flame is really big. However, I don't want to lose money. How can I allow you to randomly destroy this place? Come back." A soft cry was emitted from his mouth. The frightening flame that had yet to truly sweep over the entire guest room appeared to have heard the command of a god as it swiftly withdrew. Although the flame was frightening, nothing within the guest room was damaged by that soft cry at this moment. Even the surface of the crystal was icy cold to the extreme. At this moment, the icy cold aura that had originally been completely suppressed once again surged violently. In merely an instant, the scarlet crystal had already turned into an ice cube that seemed to have a cluster of fire wrapped within ice. Xiao Yan's hand took out this ice cube that had instantly become a little bigger. The cold ice also swiftly disappeared. Only the scarlet crystal remained in Xiao Yan's hand. Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Cuckoo, it is really unexpected that I would actually find such a top-grade fire affinity flame crystal here. This Yunin Pavilion is really willing to part with it. The Flame Essence Jade Marrow was the true essence of the Flame Essence Jade. It contained an extremely wild and violent fire affinity energy. It was an extremely good type of fire affinity flame crystal. Xiao Yan was certain that if he were to spend money to buy it back then, it was likely that he would not be able to buy this Flame Essence Jade Marrow even if he were to fork out all 280,000 spirit coins that he currently had. From this, one could tell just how precious this Flame Essence Jade Marrow was. Anything that could be placed in the Yunin Pavilion was truly extraordinary. Xiao Yan's practice of the 9 transformation body skill was precisely what he needed. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan kept the jade box. With a thought, an extremely frightening spiritual energy instantly swept out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Immediately, 9 clones appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a wave of his sleeve, the Flame Essence Jade Marrow in his hand instantly shot out and directly entered one of the 9 clones. With a thought, a cluster of magnificent flames instantly wrapped around that clone. The other 8 clones were instantly withdrawn. After all, a single fire affinity flame crystal could only be used to inscribe a single cultivation technique imprint. It was unable to support all 9 clones at the same time. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan instantly reacted. In this way, he would have to live a life of being penniless in the future. With a soft sigh in his heart, Xiao Yan shook his head again and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. With a jolt of his mind, a frightening spiritual energy once again swept out. It transformed into an invisible sharp blade above Xiao Yan's head and flew towards the Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Clang! A crisp sound that resembled the sound of metal colliding suddenly echoed out from the depths of Xiao Yan's soul. At this moment, Xiao Yan could not help but furrow his eyebrows. I never expected that the process of inscribing a cultivation technique would be so difficult. Even with my Emperor stage soul, it is actually difficult to move it. It seems that it is not easy to truly condense this clone. With this thought flashing across his mind, Xiao Yan no longer held back. The boundless sea-like endless spiritual energy in his mind poured out and merged into the sharp spiritual energy blade. At this moment, under the infusion of Xiao Yan's enormous spiritual energy, the originally invisible sharp blade had completely turned into a substance at this moment. It was as if it truly existed, causing one to be speechless. Ha! With a stern cry in his heart, Xiao Yan's mind moved and controlled the sharp spiritual energy blade to slash out. It violently collided with the Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out. A wave of invisible ripples spread out from the point of collision. However, the difference this time was that a pale white imprint was left on the Flame Essence Jade Marrow. Ugh, this chapter is rather short and I posted it a little late. I was only considering if I should delete some of the content. However, in the end, I still missed out some parts. Would it feel better if I wrote it all? Please recommend me. Please add it to your collection. Chapter 102. Within the guest room, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was completely poured into the spiritual blade. The frightening spiritual strength caused the surrounding space to tremble unceasingly. There were even quite a number of spatial cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appearing in the space around him. At this moment, it seemed as though as long as he added a little more strength, this extremely fragile space would instantly shatter and transform into a deep and endless void. A half-emperor expert was indeed extremely powerful. Merely the agglomeration of his spiritual strength was actually able to create such a frightening scene. One really did not know just how frightening it would be if his spiritual strength was completely unleashed. At this moment, Xiao Yan naturally did not have the time to bother about this. A thought passed through his mind and the spiritual blade, which had already turned into a substance, suddenly moved. A blade once again ruthlessly pressed down on the flame jade essence. As the blade fell, A sharp sound that penetrated deep into the soul instantly attacked Xiaoyan's soul, causing Xiaoyan's soul to feel a piercing pain. The muscles on his face also twisted into a ball, causing him to look extremely frightening. It was really unexpected that even with Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, it was actually incomparably difficult to inscribe this flame jade essence. From the looks of it, if he wanted to completely inscribe this flame jade essence, he would need quite a lot of time. With regards to this, Xiaoyan could only helplessly smile. Compared to Dou Qi, the things in this world were still far too weak when it came to the true use of spiritual strength. Even alchemists like them could only use their Dou Qi to resist during a real battle. Their spiritual strength, which was usually extremely powerful, was still unable to unleash its true use at such a time. The human race's understanding and control of the soul power was still too little. The matter of the spiritual strength was the most mysterious thing in the world. Even until now, no one in this ancient continent was able to provide a true explanation. Being able to use spiritual strength as though it was an extension of one's arm was perhaps already the limit of what humans could discover. After all, even a soul skill that was controlled by one's spiritual strength was still extremely rare in this world. Although an E-class Dou technique also possessed the amplification of one's spiritual strength, the main strength still relied on Dou Qi. Xiaoyan involuntarily sighed after sighing emotionally in his heart. Although alchemists were the most popular profession on the continent, who would have known that alchemists were the most miserable people when the Hun clan was rampant on the Dou Qi continent? A thread of fury involuntarily surged into Xiaoyan's heart when he thought of this. He gently shook his head. Immediately, he focused his attention and looked at the flame essence jade marrow. His spiritual strength surged wildly. There was an incomparably sharp cold glint churning within his eyes. Today, let me see just where the true limit of the D-state soul. Ha! A stern cry sounded in his heart. The spiritual blade that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength suddenly emitted a wave of dazzling white light. Soon after, the sharp blade swiftly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In merely a couple of breaths' time, the spiritual blade transformed from its original large blade that was dozens of feet in size into a 1-meter-long blade. Immediately, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and it instantly moved. His strength broke through the empty air and slashed onto the flame jade essence. Clang! Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook after a clear sound appeared. His expression instantly turned pale. He did not have the time to bother about this. Xiaoyan did not wait for the spiritual ripple to spread before another slash landed. A mysterious diagram was finally slowly being formed on the surface of the flame jade essence. After these 2 consecutive slashes, the space around this avatar was finally unable to endure the pressure and shattered with a bang. When the spiritual ripple spread, an extremely ear-piercing buzzing sound was involuntarily emitted from this place. In an instant, a black mass of dark clouds churned in the sky above the inn where Xiaoyan was located. An unknown number of people within this savage ancient city were struck by the buzzing sound that spread and fell to the ground. There were even quite a number of weaker people who were blasted apart by the sound. They turned into a bloody fog that permeated the sky before completely disappearing from this place. At this moment, even those elite Dou Shangs, who were usually high and mighty, were unable to endure the rumbling sound that was transmitted from their heads at this moment. They knelt on the ground one after another. Their teeth were tightly clenched and their faces were flushed red. The blood within their bodies continued to ache at this moment. Dou Qi also poured out and covered themselves within it. In merely an instant, this savage ancient city, which was incomparably calm a moment ago, had suddenly turned into a storm. No one dared to move. Ha! Suddenly, a couple of stern cries that surged to the sky were transmitted from an unknown place within this savage ancient city. A couple of extremely frightening spiritual strengths also swept over this savage ancient city. Those people who were still within the savage ancient city were finally rescued when the spiritual strengths completely swept over. The buzzing sound that reverberated within their minds had also completely disappeared. In the next instant, a couple of human figures stood in the empty space outside the inn where Xiaoyan was located. All of them turned their eyes to Xiaoyan, who was in the room. However, the guest room that Xiaoyan was in had already turned into ruins at this moment. The roof had been forcefully blown away by the frightening sound from earlier. Xiaoyan's figure was completely exposed in front of the eyes of these couple of human figures. These people were all old men who appeared to be dozens of years old. When they looked at the current Xiaoyan, a trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across their sharp old eyes. Even so, Xiao Yan's actions earlier were still rather inconsiderate to them. It had stirred up a storm in the entire city. It should be known that there was no lack of juniors of these old fellows within the crowd. If they still didn't say anything at this moment, they wouldn't be able to maintain their faces. After a moment of silence, one of the old men frowned slightly. He couldn't help but open his mouth to speak to Xiao Yan. Your actions just now truly show that you don't put us in your eyes. I wonder how you will give us old fellows an explanation. As the old man spoke, a frightening pressure instantly swept over the entire sky, causing the sky to involuntarily tremble. This old man's strength was already that of a 3-star half-emperor. He was not the slightest bit weaker than Xiao Yan. In this ancient savage city, he could already be considered as a genuine peak expert. However, Xiao Yan, who was seated in the sky, acted as though he didn't hear the old man's words. He continued to control the sharp spiritual blades and ruthlessly smashed them onto the flame essence jade marrow. As the blades landed, waves of extremely frightening spiritual ripples continuously spread out from the flame essence jade marrow. The rumbling sound that had swept over the sky earlier once again swept over. When they saw this scene, everyone present involuntarily frowned. Fury rose within the heart of the old man who had spoken earlier. The spiritual ripple from before had caused countless deaths and injuries among his subordinates. Yet, this brat in front of him actually dared to do it again. Wasn't he purposely provoking him? Moreover, Xiao Yan had actually ignored the words that he had said earlier. How could he simply sit back and do nothing in the face of this double fury? The old man's palm ruthlessly smashed forward, shattering the spiritual ripples with a bang. His body moved and he slammed his palm towards Xiao Yan. Just as he was in front of Xiao Yan, a sharp glint suddenly flashed across the old man's eyes. His palm violently slammed towards Xiao Yan's shoulder. Although the old man's heart was churning with fury, he was no fool. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that Xiao Yan's strength was at the very most a little weaker than his own. Such a person caused the old man to be extremely astonished in his heart. At this moment, he had only attacked because he wanted to teach Xiao Yan a lesson. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was not the kind of person who would allow him to do as he pleased. Before the old man's palm could land on Xiao Yan's shoulder, Xiao Yan's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp glint suddenly shot out from within his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan's palm violently struck forward, colliding with the old man's palm with a bang. Bang! A bang sounded out. Xiao Yan's body did not move as he sat in the air. That spiritual blade once again ferociously imprinted itself on the flame essence jade marrow. However, in the next moment, the expressions of the few old men around him changed. The originally soaring aura of the old man facing Xiao Yan suddenly scattered at this moment. His body also flew backwards uncontrollably. Only after flying back 1,000 feet did he come to a stop. His face was filled with shock as he looked towards Xiao Yan. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that Xiao Yan, whose strength was a little weaker than him, would actually possess such a powerful fighting strength when fighting with him. Xiao Yan's aura had directly suppressed him. The might of that palm was even greater than that of his. Was that kind of strength really something that a 3-star half-emperor could unleash? Moreover, the old man was still forcefully controlling that spiritual blade at this moment. The expression on the old man's face involuntarily became solemn the moment he thought of this. The strength of Xiao Yan's fighting strength was really extremely powerful. Your Excellency's actions are looking down on us old fellows. It was a long while later before the old man opened his mouth to speak again. However, this time around, it was unknown whether his tone had intentionally or unintentionally dragged the other experts into it. When he spoke, the expressions of the few half-emperors changed slightly. Their brows involuntarily frowned slightly. However, they did not say anything in the end. Their relationship could not be considered good or bad, nor could they be considered to be allies. After all, regardless of who it was, each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. With regards to the old man's words, they naturally ignored it. To them, such an old-fashioned method was a little too laughable. However, Xiao Yan's actions had after all affected the various factions in the city to varying degrees. At this moment, one of the half-emperors finally took a step forward in the air. His face was indifferent as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed. "Sir, you are able to cultivate such strength at such a young age. You are truly a great genius of our southwestern region. However, your actions today have caused a storm in the city. This old man hopes that you will hold back for now. The moment these words of the old man were uttered, it was clear that he wanted Xiaoyan to stop. However, the process of inscribing the qi method was only half done. Given Xiaoyan's perseverance, how could he give up at this moment? I'm sorry. Once the matter at hand begins, it must be completed without stopping. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. From the way I see it, even you do not have any extra flame essence chalcedony in your hands. When the old man heard this, his brows, which were filled with wrinkles, involuntarily knitted together. His heart was also slightly dissatisfied with Xiaoyan's words. Xiaoyan's words not only told him that he would not stop, but also secretly contained a trace of threat. This caused the old man to feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Without waiting for the old man to speak, Xiaoyan's voice once again sounded out. This also caused the expressions of the half-emperors to change once again. The gazes with which they looked at Xiaoyan also became increasingly dissatisfied. Since everyone wants me to stop, and I am indeed unable to do so at this moment, why don't everyone wait here for a moment? Once I settle the matter at hand, everyone can leave. In this way, the people in this city will be safe and sound. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied and wishes to leave, you must constantly suppress your own faction and guard it. Otherwise, if someone accidentally releases a wave of people, I will not be able to explain myself. The half-emperors were truly influential figures in the southwestern region. However, at this moment, they really did not know what to do in front of this young man. None of the half-emperors were united in their actions. If anyone was injured by this brat, they might not be able to leave this savage ancient city. However, if they were to truly guard this place, the half-martial emperors and utmost exalted would truly lose all of their face. After hesitating for a moment, other than the second Bandi Zun who had spoken to Xiaoyan and left, no one else among this group of people took action. Naturally, none of these people dared to secretly harm the younger generation of the old man. After all, the old man was the third overlord of the savage ancient city, the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Gan. His strength had reached that of a 6-star half-emperor. They did not have the ability to secretly harm the younger generation of Li Gan. Xiaoyan completely ignored all of this. He was able to guess who the old man was with just a glance. Hence, he could not be said to be unconcerned about all of this. All he did was to focus all of his attention on the flame essence jade marrow in front of him. He did his best to carve the qi method diagram, which was gradually becoming complete. At this moment, the people within the hidden cloud pavilion were naturally unscathed due to the barrier that the elite Do Di had set up. These people were different from those people in the outside world who usually hid themselves. Instead, all of them were absorbed into their eyes. It was likely that this city would once again be filled with people not long later. On the 6th floor of the pavilion, Luo Jin and Elder Xian were standing in front of a window. Luo Jin's face was filled with a cold smile as he looked at those half-emperors, who were usually high and mighty. His eyes were filled with disdain. Elder Xian looked at Xiaoyan and repeatedly clicked his tongue in amazement. This caused the smile on Luo Jin's face to become even brighter. Those who are interested can join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 103. On the streets, Xiaoyan strolled amongst the crowd as he slowly walked towards the western side of the savage ancient city. With the protection of the few half-D experts, the speed at which Xiaoyan engraved the qi method could be said to be many times faster than before. In merely a couple of hours, he had completely engraved the flame jade essence. Moreover, he had also completely merged it with his incarnation. The refinement of the first incarnation was finally complete. The strength of this incarnation did not let Xiaoyan down. After a night of refinement, this incarnation had actually forcefully triggered a lightning tribulation. Once the lightning tribulation was over, the condensation could be considered a success. Only then would the strength of the incarnation be truly consolidated. The strength of the avatar had already reached the Doshang class after being baptized by the lightning tribulation. Although it was of little use to Xiaoyan, it could be considered extraordinary by being able to possess such a strength at the first stage of the trial. Of course, if it was not for Xiaoyan's incomparably powerful spiritual strength that allowed the incarnation to completely endure the lightning tribulation, it was likely that the strength of the incarnation would not have reached such a level. A moment later, Xiaoyan's figure finally paused in front of a somewhat dilapidated house. This was his destination today. The weapon refiner that Luo Jin had mentioned to him previously lived here. After making some inquiries, Xiao Yan came to understand that this weapon refiner was truly an extraordinary person. He was said to be a miraculous person because he was different from ordinary blacksmiths. There was no mistake in his work, and all the weapons he refined were peerless divine weapons that could cut through iron like mud and cut through hair with a single blow. What was different about him was that he had absolute confidence in himself. When he refined a weapon, he never looked at the other party's faction or background. He only looked at the materials used in the refinement. If someone wanted to get this weapon refiner to refine a weapon, the materials that person had brought along must be incorporated into the real mysterious heaven metal. In other words, if one wanted to get him to refine a weapon, the materials used must be extremely rare in this world. If there were more, he would definitely ignore them. Such an extraordinary person was truly one of a kind in the Jianghu continent. With light footsteps, Xiao Yan slowly walked into the small courtyard. After entering, he discovered that there was not a single person to be seen in this huge courtyard. A trace of suspicion involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart. Was this really the place where that armament master lived? Although he had some doubts in his heart, this was the place that he had received the news after all. If he did not go in and take a look, he would not be satisfied. After Xiao Yan took a few more steps forward, Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched unconsciously, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Just a moment ago, he vaguely heard someone talking in the inner courtyard in front of him. In that case, this might really be the place where the weapon refiner lived. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled. Why did these eccentric old fellows like to turn their residences into this? They were merely living in seclusion and were not beggars. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. His feet moved a little faster. Within a couple of steps, he had stepped into the inner courtyard. However, when the scene in front of him entered his eyes, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily lifted into a mocking smile. When fate came, it was really impossible to stop it. At this moment, there were two familiar human figures standing in an orderly manner in front of Xiao Yan. These two people were the young master of the Li clan whom he had met at the Yunnan Pavilion not long ago. The other person was the 8-star elite Do Shang who had been following beside him. Li Kong was also attracted by the sudden sound of footsteps and turned around. However, when he saw that the person who had arrived was actually Xiao Yan, who had caused him to be ridiculed by others, a fury immediately surged into Li Kang's heart. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. Both of his eyes glared angrily at Xiao Yan. Li Kang's footsteps suddenly strode toward Xiao Yan. He blocked Xiao Yan's body, which was about to continue moving forward. Li Kang looked at Xiao Yan with his nose pointed to the sky and coldly said, "Brat, do you still remember the words that this young master has said to you? If you leave the Yunnan Pavilion, it will be the day of your death. Yesterday, I gave you a day to live. However, you were unwilling to cherish it. Since this is the case, this young master will make you pay the price today." Before his voice sounded, the old man behind Li Kang had already unleashed his 8-star Do Shang aura, which appeared terrifying in the eyes of others. It charged toward Xiao Yan in a turbulent manner. Li Kang, who was standing in front of Xiao Yan, also waved his right hand. A slap was violently swung toward Xiao Yan's face. Looking at the ferocious smile on Li Kang's face and the might of this slap, if this slap were to land on Xiao Yan's face, it was likely that even Xiao Yan, who was a bandit, would be stunned by the slap. This was sufficient to show just how vicious Li Kang's character was. He was definitely the kind of vicious person who would take revenge for any grievances. He would definitely not tolerate any sand in his eyes. From Li Kang's point of view, even if Xiao Yan's strength had reached the Dosheng class, it would be difficult for him to move in the face of the frightening aura of the high-class Dosheng behind him. Looking at Xiao Yan's seemingly calm face, it was likely that he had been completely suppressed by that frightening pressure until he could not even move his flesh. This also gave the endless fury in Li Kang's heart a perfect opportunity. At the very least, this was what Li Kang thought in his heart. Today was the best opportunity for Li Kang to take revenge on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan felt an increasing disdain in his heart as he looked at Li Kang's ferocious face. An 8-star Do Shang was merely an ant to him. At this moment, seeing that Li Kang did not know what was good for him and insisted on provoking the fury in Xiao Yan's heart, Xiao Yan really wanted to do something. However, Xiao Yan's eyes seemed to have thought of something after this thought flashed across his heart. Both of his eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Li Kang in front of him. The next moment, just as Li Kang's slap was about to land on Xiao Yan's face, a human figure suddenly appeared by the side of Li Kang's body. This human figure appeared illusionary. However, From the aura that was emitted from his body, one could confirm that the strength of this human figure had already reached the Doshang class. The moment this figure appeared, Li Kong, who was at the side, instantly discovered it. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, the expression on his face changed drastically. This was because this fellow whose figure was somewhat illusionary actually looked exactly the same as Xiao Yan in front of him. The instant this avatar appeared, it also swung a palm violently towards Li Kang's face. At a glance, it appeared as though it wanted to exchange a slap with Li Kong. However, compared to Li Kang's slap, this palm of this avatar was many times stronger than Li Kang's palm regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength. One thing that was certain was that this slap that this avatar had unleashed at this moment would definitely land on Li Kang's face before his palm landed on Xiao Yan's face. In this first confrontation, Li Kong, the eldest young master of the Li family, was bound to lose. Pa! After a brief moment of horror on Li Kang's face, a thunder-like clear sound suddenly spread across the inner academy. Li Kang's body suddenly flew backwards under this attack. He was just like a kite with a broken string as he drew a parabola in the air. After which, he violently smashed into a wall. Even the wall was forcefully shattered. This was enough to tell just how great the strength of that slap was. The gap between a Banshang and a Doshang was also obvious. No matter how one put it, a Banshang would forever be in existence like a child playing with mud in front of a true elite Doshang. That 8-star Doshang had already moved his body the moment Li Kong flew backwards. He gave chase. Unfortunately, he was still a little too late. All he could do was watch as Li Kong smashed into the wall. This old man was really furious when he saw this scene. His duty was to protect Li Kong. Yet, Li Kong had met with such a blow in front of him. Yet, he was completely unharmed. How could this not cause him to be furious? Ha! Bold young fellow! How dare you hurt my young master? You are really seeking death. An explosive roar was suddenly emitted from the old man's mouth. He did not care where he was as his body moved and appeared in front of the avatar. A fist was thrown forward and suddenly smashed towards the chest of the avatar. The overbearing Do Chi carried the true might of an elite Do Shang. The frightening wind from the fist tore through the empty space. The sharp wind actually caused the body of the avatar to fluctuate a little. The might of an 8-star Do Shang was really this powerful. The avatar was also shattered by this attack. Of course, Xiao Yan still maintained a calm and indifferent manner in the face of this. It was indeed a little difficult for his current avatar to fight against an 8-star Do Shang. However, an 8-star Do Shang might be able to break his avatar, but what could an 8-star Do Shang do in front of his actual body? At the instant when the incarnation exploded, a frightening soul power spread out and instantly enveloped that 8-star half-martial emperor. Then, like trash, that 8-star half-martial emperor was ruthlessly tossed away. When that 8-star half-martial emperor smashed into the ground, a deep crater several dozen feet deep was created. Xiao Yan was just about to act again when an old and somewhat hoarse voice was suddenly transmitted into the inner academy from nowhere. Brat, one should be lenient whenever possible. If you really wish to fight and kill, you should leave this place first. This place of the old me does not have a place where you can fight. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed the moment the voice was emitted. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Although this voice did not appear to be anything special, Xiao Yan could tell that the owner of this voice was definitely an extremely strong person with an unfathomable strength. At the very least, Xiao Yan did not have the ability to detect just how strong this person was. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 104. When the elderly voice entered Xiao Yan's ears, the frightening spiritual strength that surged out like a tidal wave also completely returned to Xiao Yan's body in a short instant. Immediately, Xiao Yan's expression returned to normal. He cupped his hands in front of him, bowed towards the inner academy and said, "Since Elder has instructed me to do so, and this is Elder's territory, I will naturally follow Elder's wishes." Since he was an intelligent person, Xiao Yan was naturally able to understand with one sentence. Since this was the Elder's territory, he was naturally the mysterious weapon refiner. In the face of such an elder, regardless of whether it was on the surface or in his heart, Xiao Yan naturally had to give him sufficient respect and reverence. Regardless of how strong this elder was, just his peerless weapon refiner technique was enough to cause Xiao Yan to respect him from the bottom of his heart. After all, his heavy Xian ruler still required the help of this elder in order to be truly restored to its original state. When Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the elder snorted softly. Immediately, he curled his lips and said in a cold voice with some impatience, all right. Don't show off your glib tongue in front of this old man. It annoys me. If you have something to say, say it. If there is nothing, leave. Oh, that's right. Restore my walls and land. Otherwise, don't leave. When Xiao Yan heard this, his expression was slightly stunned. From the looks of it, this elder really opened his door to do business. The moment he opened his mouth, he was chasing people away. It was really unknown how many customers were scared away by him. In the face of the elder's cold words, Xiao Yan's face also appeared to be quite helpless. He smiled softly and opened his mouth again to speak. Since this is the case, I have a request. Since that's the case, Senior, I have indeed come here today to ask for a favor. I hope that Senior can lend me a hand. When Xiao Yan's words came out, deep within the inner academy, an elder wearing linen clothes with a face full of vicissitudes of life slowly opened his eyes at this moment and looked toward Xiao Yan's direction. This glance seemed ordinary, but for some unknown reason, when Xiao Yan saw this glance, he suddenly felt that he was actually unable to move an inch. At this moment, all of his secrets were incomparably clearly reflected in the elder's eyes. A moment later, the old man knit his brows slightly. The expression on his face was somewhat surprised. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan had an unusual glint flashing within it. With regards to Xiao Yan's arrival, the elder had already known about it. This was because as early as yesterday, the pavilion master of Yunin Pavilion had come to look for him and explained that someone would come today to seek his help and bring him a big gift. For this elder, as a weapon refiner, to be able to see the world's unique weapon refining materials was already considered an extremely big gift. Therefore, this elder could be considered to be somewhat anticipating Xiao Yan's arrival. However, at this moment, under the elder's investigation of Xiao Yan, he did not detect the weapon refining materials that Xiao Yan should have on him. This caused him to be somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. The elder frowned slightly. It was a long while later before he withdrew his gaze from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also suddenly felt his body lighten. That inexplicable pressure had finally left. The elder's eyes turned, but he opened his mouth to ask Xiao Yan. Brat, may I know why you are looking for this old man? My weapon has been severely damaged and is on the verge of shattering. Furthermore, I heard that elders' weapon refining skills are exquisite, so I specially came to the savage ancient city to seek elders' help. Oh? There are many people who seek help from this old man. There are also countless people with extraordinary strength. If you want this old man to help you, you should first tell me your name. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he heard this. What kind of rule was this to ask for help? This elder was really strange. Li Kong, who was at the side, could not help but frown when he heard this. He had come to find this elder no less than 10 times, but he had never heard of this elder having such a rule. What exactly was this old man selling in his gourd? The elder obviously did not have a good impression of this Li Kong. It seemed that this fellow often came here and disturbed this old man's peaceful days. At this moment, when the elder saw that Li Kong actually had some doubts about his words, he felt a trace of displeasure in his heart. He snorted lightly and said coldly to Li Kong, Brat from the Li family, do you have any objections to this old man's words? Li Kang's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this, and his expression also changed. Only then did he respectfully reply to the old man, This junior doesn't dare. It's just that. I'm just puzzled. This junior has come to your place no less than 10 times, but I've never heard of anything that requires one to report their name first. However, before Li Kong could finish his words, the old man had already spoken in a cold voice once again. What? This old man has a rule here. If I say there is one, then there is one. How can it be your turn to preach? As soon as these cold words came out, Li Kong instantly felt an incomparably terrifying invisible aura enveloping him, making him unable to move at all. Li Kang's face instantly turned pale, but he also knew that this old man was not someone he could casually provoke. He immediately admitted his mistake and said, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. This junior doesn't dare. This junior is only curious, which is why I spoke in such a manner. I hope that elder can give my grandfather some face and let this junior off this time. Unfortunately, Li Kang's words had just sounded when the terrifying aura, which had suppressed him until he was unable to move, suddenly soared. It directly pressed him to the ground with a bang, causing the ground of this small courtyard to suddenly turn into a huge pit at this moment. Soon after, the old man's disdainful words were slowly emitted from his cold mouth. One could hear him say, "Your grandfather's face, humph. Who is your grandfather? Is he even worthy of calling himself face in front of the old me? Just how great can his face be? Humph." A disdainful cold snort was once again emitted after these words were spoken. Li Kong and the 8-star Do Shang's bodies were instantly sent flying like human cannonballs. They were forcefully thrown out of this courtyard, causing a large number of houses to turn into ruins in an instant. Humph. You are merely a small bandit. You actually have the nerve to talk about face in front of the old me. Do you really think that the old me is one of those lousy weapon refiners from the secular world? Only at this moment did Li Kong finally understand. Even his grandfather would have a respectful expression on his face when he talked to him about this elder. This kind of true expert was really not someone that they could easily form a relationship with. Even a bandit Zun was as weak as an ant in front of this old man. Yet, he actually dared to talk about face in front of him. He was really asking for a beating. The old man let out a cold snort and sent Li Kong flying. After which, he ignored Li Kong. Instead, he once again turned to look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly shaken. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless as he hurriedly opened his mouth to speak to the old man. "Elder, this junior is called Yan Xiao." As his words rang out, a glint flashed across the old man's eyes. After which, he curled his lips and spoke with an impatient face. "Little brat Yan Xiao, I never look at the person when I do my work. I only look at the materials used to refine weapons. I think that you should know most of my rules in the outside world. In that case, I won't say anything more. Take out the items." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression became joyful. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. With a flip of his palm, the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of breaking, appeared in Xiao Yan's palm out of nowhere. The deep cracks on the ruler made it look as if it was about to break apart. In the middle of the cracks, there was an incomparably clear fist imprint. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to change once again. A monstrous fury also surged out from his heart. If the third hallmaster had not died, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have gone berserk at this moment. At this moment, the old man's eyes did not notice the change in Xiao Yan's expression at all. This was because he had long been attracted by the almost broken heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. The space in front of Xiao Yan suddenly shook. An elderly figure also instantly appeared. All of his eyes also landed on the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. At this moment, a storm was stirred up in the old man's heart. This is actually the legendary heavy Xian ruler that has already disappeared on the continent. After the shock in his heart, the old man's eyes suddenly widened again. He lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with shock. As such, the heavy Xian ruler had already disappeared from the Yuanwu continent. Since the young man in front of him was carrying the heavy Xian ruler, and no one knew the young man's identity, could it be that the young man in front of him was from another continent? At this thought, the old man's heart also suddenly shook violently. This was the first time he had seen a half-emperor expert from another continent at such a young age. Since ancient times, the experts from other continents who had come here were all old men and women. Now, he was actually able to see such a young person. How could he feel shocked? "Little Luo, you actually did not inform me of such a big matter in advance. See if I don't find time to deal with you." After a long while, Xiao Yan finally regained his senses. However, when he saw the old man in front of him, his expression involuntarily changed slightly. Immediately after, he respectfully said, "Junior Yan Xiao greets elder." This time, the old man's attitude did a 180-degree turn for some reason. He looked at Xiao Yan with an amiable smile and laughed. "Not bad, kid. This thing is an entire piece of meteorite mysterious iron, right? Haha, it's really the only one in the world. I will definitely do my best to help you restore this ruler to its peak. Looking for recommendations. Looking for collection. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 105. The sudden great change in the old man's attitude also caused Xiao Yan to be at a loss on his face. The gaze he used to look at the old man was filled with doubt. However, The last sentence of the old man really caused Xiao Yan's expression to change. No matter what, this old fellow had finally agreed to help him repair the heavy Xian ruler. Ever since he had arrived in the Yuanwu continent, Xiao Yan had been worried about something important. Today, he finally had some progress. Xiao Yan's lips curled into a sincere smile. He once again cupped his hands towards the old man and said respectfully, "Senior, thank you for your help. If that's the case, then I have to thank Senior for lending a hand. This junior is extremely grateful. If Senior needs this junior's help in the future, this junior will definitely do my best." The moment Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the little old man also smiled and nodded. A glint that could not be detected flashed across his bright old eyes. Given his shrewdness, since he had come from another continent, his talent was absolutely monstrous. Most importantly, the monstrous talent he was looking at was actually so young. This also showed the terrifying talent that Xiao Yan possessed. If he really matured, he would definitely become a giant in the Yuanwu continent. Moreover, perhaps there would even be a place for him at the true pinnacle. As an experienced and ruthless senior, he naturally would not let such a person go. After all, if Xiao Yan did not have sufficient strength, he would not have been able to rise from his original continent and become such a monstrous existence with such extraordinary talent. Although he could not rule out the possibility that Xiao Yan was a descendant of a peak faction in another continent and had grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Even so, if he did not have enough ruthless means, it would be difficult for him to ascend to the throne of the continent's only emperor. After all, based on what the old man knew, there was no longer any emperor essence in the other continents. This was a true heavenly imperial court. However, since Xiao Yan was able to break through to emperor, his ability must be extraordinary. Therefore, the promise that Xiao Yan had made was not so laughable in the little old man's eyes. On the contrary, it had some power and was enough for him to remember it in his heart. "Haha, little Yan Xiao, can you let this old man take a look at your ruler?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. However, before Xiao Yan could think of anything, the little old man opened his mouth and laughed. "Little Yan, don't think too much." "Little fellow, you don't have to think too much. It's just that I can see that this ruler has been damaged to its core. I think that you must have repaired it on your own after it was damaged. However, this result is far too different from what you expected. I only said this because I want to take a closer look. You don't have to be nervous." Xiao Yan came to a complete understanding after the little old man uttered these words. His heart was filled with endless praise for the latter's exquisite refining skills. Just by relying on the naked eye, this old man was able to tell that Xiao Yan had once tried to repair the heavy Xian ruler. He was also able to tell the result of Xiao Yan's repair. This eyesight was really frightening. Now that he thought about it in this manner, Xiao Yan was also able to understand. No wonder Luo Jin back then would praise this elder greatly when he mentioned this little old man. This kind of tactic could really be called an ability that could reach the heavens. In that case, thank you, elder. Xiao Yan smiled joyfully in his heart. An excited expression also flashed across his eyes. He extended both of his hands forward and slowly handed the heavy Xian ruler, which was on the verge of breaking, to the old man's shriveled hands. Since this little old man had the ability, the matter of repairing the heavy Xian ruler was basically no longer a problem. As such, how could Xiao Yan not feel joyful in his heart? The old man did not care about Xiao Yan's joyful expression. Instead, he poured all of his attention into the heavy Xian ruler in his hands at this moment. It was as if some kind of heavenly treasure was hidden within it. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little astonished when he saw this. A moment later, Xiao Yan seemed to have recalled something. He waved his big sleeve and the space in front of him was suddenly torn apart by an incomparable force of the heavens and the earth. A wide spatial crack opened. Xiao Yan was not playing with his own strength. After all, his current strength was like child's play to the little old man in front of him. What right did he have to play with it? Xiao Yan did this only because he wanted to take out the entire piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron. When the little old man saw the black mysterious iron that crashed to the ground and almost caused the entire courtyard to collapse, his face did not reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. On the contrary, an indescribable joy surged onto his face at this moment. The little old man's eyes were wide open. The expression on his face had also stiffened because of his excitement at this moment. His mouth was even somewhat incoherent and he was unable to spit out any words. This caused Xiao Yan, who was standing quietly by the side, to involuntarily reveal an amused expression on his face. The identity of this little old man seemed to have been forgotten at this moment. It was a long while later before the little old man coughed awkwardly twice. Xiaoyan also hurriedly stopped the smile on his face and looked at the little old man in front of him with a serious expression. "Elder, this piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron is something that I have found to repair this huge ruler. This junior believes that this material should be sufficient. If there is any left over, it can be considered as this junior's filial gift to Elder. Elder can decide as you wish." Xiaoyan naturally knew that this amount of meteoric flame mysterious iron was definitely more than enough to repair his heavy Xian ruler. At this moment, this old man was clearly someone who treasured natural materials. He definitely treasured this meteoric flame mysterious iron very much. If Xiaoyan were to give him this meteoric flame mysterious iron, it would be equivalent to giving him a huge favor. In this way, if Xiaoyan were to really encounter any big trouble in the future, Xiaoyan would not need to say anything. As long as he was able to encounter it, he would definitely help Xiaoyan out. In this way, it would be worth it to Xiaoyan. A piece of meteoric flame mysterious iron in exchange for a favor from a true expert. If Xiaoyan could form a good relationship with this person in the future, he might even become a huge pillar of support. After all, the current Xiaoyan was still being chased by the Ghost Temple sect. Although he had finished off the third hallmaster, he was after all only the third hallmaster. Above him, there was definitely the second hallmaster and the first hallmaster, the two true experts. They were the ones that the current Xiaoyan was truly worried about. Moreover, even without them, the Ghost Temple sect, which he had yet to truly discover, would definitely be a huge hidden danger for Xiaoyan. If he did not make preparations as soon as possible, it was likely that there would be even more trouble in the future. "Ha ha ha, good kid. Not bad, not bad. This old man likes this. In that case, this old man will not be courteous. Ha 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 ha." Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, a joyous expression appeared on the old man's face. As a weapon refiner, he treasured rare materials the most in his life. He naturally knew how precious the meteoric flame mysterious iron was. The piece in front of him at this moment might really be the last piece in the Yuanwu continent. As the saying goes, the rarer an object is, the more precious it is. Furthermore, this was the last piece in the continent. The value of this piece was even more unparalleled. How could he not be excited and happy? "All right, kid, don't call me old man in the future. My name is Luo Ao. You can call me Old Man Luo in the future. Calling me Old Man Luo makes us seem distant." With a change in tone, the old man actually took the initiative to introduce himself. As a result, the relationship between the old man and the young man rapidly became much closer. The two of them chatted for a while. Old Man Luo told Xiaoyan that if he wanted to retrieve the heavy Xian ruler, he would have to wait for a month. This period of time was really nothing to Xiaoyan. To a practitioner of his level, a month's time was merely the blink of an eye and could not be considered long. Xiaoyan slowly walked out of the small courtyard and looked at the vast sky. The glaring sunlight caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily use his hand to block it. However, the corners of his mouth still carried a relaxed smile. At this moment, the large stone that had been hanging in his heart had finally been lifted. Now, all he had to do was wait for that 1 month. Old Man Luo watched Xiaoyan slowly leave from within the small courtyard. His old eyes involuntarily narrowed. The scene of Xiaoyan and Li Kong slapping each other earlier once again surfaced in his eyes. Speaking of which, that avatar should be the 9 transformation body skill of Yuan Qing from the Cloud Celestial sect. It is really unexpected that the Do skill that Yuan Qing would rather die than pass to an outsider was actually given to this brat. He. Has he also taken a fancy to him? Let's see who is more capable. At this moment, 2 human figures stood in front of Xiaoyan outside of the small courtyard. They once again blocked Xiaoyan's leaving body. After the earlier collision, Li Kong and the 8-star Do Shang beside him had already understood that this ordinary-looking young man's strength had definitely reached the level of a Bandi Zun. It was impossible for the two of them to fight. However, Li Kang's face revealed a disdainful smile in the face of this. That smile was so ferocious that it seemed to have come from the depths of hell. If Xiaoyan was merely an elite Do Shang, he would really be afraid that Xiaoyan would flee. However, since Xiaoyan was a Bandi Zun expert, he had a reason to forcefully keep him in this savage ancient city. "May I know if the two of you have any other matters?" If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave first. Xiao Yan was too lazy to bother about the intentions in Li Kang's heart. He had already said that he would naturally not do anything if Li Kang's grandfather did not provoke him. Otherwise, he would not show even the slightest mercy. Li Kang merely laughed mockingly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. After which, an extremely cold and selfish sentence was slowly spat out from his mouth. What do I have to do? Ha 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 ha. This young master wants to say that I want you to die. Chapter 106. I want you to die. These vicious words were transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears, causing him to involuntarily laugh coldly. A disdainful expression surfaced on his face. This caused Li Kang's heart to become increasingly furious. Do you think that with your Ban Sheng strength, which cannot even be considered an ant, you can kill me? What right do you have? Don't tell me that you can rely on this 8-star Do Shang beside you? Humph, what a joke. Xiao Yan's cold laughter caused Li Kang's heart to become increasingly furious. He wished that he could tear Xiao Yan into 10,000 pieces and turn him into ashes on the spot. However, in the end, he still relied on the confidence in his heart to forcefully suppress the fierce fury within his heart. His eyes, which were looking at Xiao Yan, were also replaced by an endless ferocious expression. Li Kang's face was distorted. His expression was ferocious. The corner of his mouth carried a cruel and bloodthirsty cold smile. His tone was extremely cold as he laughed coldly. That's right, that's right. You are a dignified Ban Di Zun expert. I am naturally unable to harm you. However, just because I am unable to harm you does not mean that no one can suppress you. Li Kang's face had already become crazy after he spoke. It was as though he had seen the scene of Xiao Yan collapsing in front of him. His expression appeared incomparably ferocious and unusually terrifying. Li Kang suddenly extended his hand. A palm-sized jade pendant also appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Li Kang did not hesitate. However, it seemed that he was afraid that Xiao Yan would stop him in time. He suddenly clenched his hand the moment the jade pendant appeared. The jade pendant suddenly burst apart and turned into a dust fog that scattered in all directions. Bits of rock powder also followed Li Kang's fingers and fell down. When the jade pendant burst apart, a circular invisible energy also swiftly spread across the entire place from the point of explosion. Xiao Yan might have seen everything that Li Kang had done, but he was not the least bit worried. Instead, a mocking feeling surged into his heart. A mere 6-star Ban Di. It was nothing compared to the current Xiao Yan. Since this Li Kang was shamelessly eager to prove himself, Xiao Yan did not mind giving him a slap to wake him up. However, at this moment, Li Kang did not appear to have seen the mocking smile hanging on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Instead, he coldly stared at Xiao Yan with a victorious expression. He quietly waited for Xiao Yan's death. When the special energy spread, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly opened in a certain secret room within the ancient savage city. Instantly, his gaze swept towards the area where Li Kang was located. Murderous intent was present within his eyes. The jade pendant was something that he had personally created and given to his grandson. He had already warned that unless it was a life-and-death situation, one should not use the jade pendant. From the looks of it, his disappointing grandson had likely offended someone again. However, since he had used the jade pendant, it was likely that the matter this time around was not a small matter. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The figure within the secret room also instantly disappeared at this moment. In the next instant, an elderly figure slowly appeared in the sky 100,000 feet above the ancient savage city. An incomparably powerful aura also swept out in an instant, spreading across the entire place. Its aura was frightening. When this aura swept out, quite a number of people within the ancient savage city discovered the existence of this figure. Immediately, the crowd within the ancient savage city erupted into an uproar. Within the ancient savage city, it was likely that there were not many people who did not know of this person's existence. Even if there were people who did not know before, they would instantly know of his identity after being reminded by the person beside them. The old man in the sky was the ancestor of the #1 clan in the ancient savage city, the Li clan. His strength was frightening. He had already stepped into the position of a half-martial emperor. Moreover, he was a genuine 6-star half-martial emperor. Within the ancient savage city, other than the Yunin Pavilion, there was no other faction that could compete with him. He could be said to be the true overlord of the ancient savage city on the surface. However, at this moment, Such a frightening existence that was usually unimaginable had appeared in front of them out of nowhere. How could this not cause them to be excited? However, from the looks of it, this ancestor of the Li clan did not seem to be in a good mood at this moment. Those who were able to stay in this savage ancient city were all extraordinary individuals. Their temperaments were shrewd and ruthless. As long as there was even the slightest bit of wrongness, they would be able to easily detect it. At this moment, the aura that erupted from the Li family's ancestor was clearly not friendly. This was enough for everyone below to treat this seriously and not let down their guard in the slightest. In the next moment, this ancestor of the Li clan seemed to have found something. His body moved and once again disappeared from this empty space. His body once again appeared outside of the small courtyard. He had just revealed his body and did not have the time to see who the person in front of him was when this ancestor of the Li clan frowned. Given his familiarity with the ancient savage city, this place was where old Luo resided. How could he not be careful now that he had appeared in this place? Soon after, his eyes turned towards Li Kang by the side. His expression involuntarily became ugly when he saw Li Kang's tattered clothes and the similarly miserable 8-star Do Sheng. Under his probing, he discovered that Li Kang's body had quite a serious internal injury. If he was careless, it would be a small matter if his tendons and bones were to be injured. However, if any sequelae were to be left behind, it was something that he could not tolerate. Immediately, he followed Li Kang's eyes and looked at the person who had injured his grandson. However, his expression instantly became as gloomy as water when he discovered that this person was actually Xiaoyan, whom he had met earlier. It was a long while later before he finally looked at Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan and softly said, "This friend, the old me is Li Gone. It is likely that this friend has heard of my name in this ancient savage city. If my grandson has done anything wrong, the old me will naturally bring him back to punish him. However, from the looks of it, you have been quite harsh on my grandson. Don't you feel that it is beneath your dignity to bully a little Ban Shang with your status as a Bandi Zun?" Xiaoyan lifted his brows when he heard Li Gon's words. He felt quite displeased in his heart. It seemed that the injuries on Li Kang's body were all blamed on Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan also understood in the blink of an eye. Li Kang had a deep grudge against him. Naturally, Li Kang would try his best to frame him. Moreover, this Li Gon would definitely not dare to do anything to old Luo. Hence, this crime would definitely land on Xiaoyan's head no matter what. Hence, there was naturally no need to say any unnecessary words. It was fine if he admitted to it. At the very most, it was just a fight. Li Gon clearly saw through Xiaoyan's thoughts and immediately felt a little suspicious in his heart. With Xiaoyan's own strength, he did not think that Xiaoyan could fight with him. However, the expression that Xiaoyan revealed at this moment did not seem to be fake. Could it be that the person in front of him really had some tricks up his sleeve? Thinking of this, Li Gon's eyes could not help but narrow into a thin line when he looked at Xiaoyan. After a long while, his slightly overbearing voice sounded again. "Why don't we do this? I see that you are also young. It is not easy for you to have such a cultivation. Today, my grandson has suffered so much. Let's treat it as training for him." Li Gon's sudden soft words also caused Xiaoyan's expression to be slightly startled. Immediately after, he looked at Li Gon suspiciously. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Li Gon immediately opened his mouth and said, "Of course. After all, this old man's grandson was also injured by you. I'm afraid that such an injury might leave behind repercussions. This old man is extremely worried in his heart. Therefore, if you are willing to apologize to my grandson, this old man will treat it as if nothing has happened today." As he finished speaking, an incomparably tyrannical and terrifying aura quietly spread out from Li Gon's body, causing the surrounding space to slightly distort. Xiaoyan's expression instantly changed. He was able to clearly feel an extremely terrifying aura and pressure enveloping the surrounding space at this moment, causing his body to involuntarily sink slightly. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. The terrifying aura and pressure that enveloped Xiaoyan's body instantly receded like a tide. As for Xiaoyan's expression, it had become extremely gloomy. "Apologize? On what basis? Don't tell me that you, a mere 6-star half-martial emperor?" As Xiaoyan's words rang out, Li Gon's expression instantly became ugly. He, a 6-star half-martial emperor, was actually being mocked and ridiculed by a mere 3-star half-martial emperor. How could he not be furious when faced with such humiliation? Brat, you truly boast shamelessly. Since you don't place this old man in your eyes, let this old man see exactly where your confidence comes from. Before his voice sounded out, Li Gan's body had already violently moved. He charged towards Xiaoyan. A great battle was about to begin. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 476668761. Chapter 107. Humph. Brat, how arrogant. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. After saying those words, Li Gan's body rose from the ground with a bang. He once again ascended to the high altitude. His pair of sinister old eyes looked at Xiaoyan from afar. Wherever his gaze met, space would involuntarily ripple. Brat, do you dare to fight this old man? Li Gan looked down at Xiaoyan, who was in the city below, as he slowly opened his mouth and said. Although his words sounded like a question, there was an additional sense of tyranny in his tone. Today, Xiaoyan had first injured his grandson, and then did not place him, a 6-star half-martial emperor, in his eyes. It could be said that he had completely lost face. Thus, no matter what, he would make this brat pay a greater price in order to heal the wound in his grandson's heart and quell the fury in his heart. When Xiaoyan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. The gaze with which he looked at Li Gan was filled with ridicule. You want to use me to establish your might in front of everyone in the city? Ah. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. With this thought, Xiaoyan's body flashed and instantly appeared opposite of Li Gan. The two of them stood on opposite sides of the sky. When the two of them appeared in the sky, the countless human traffic within the savage ancient city once again paused their footsteps and lifted their heads to look at them. When the crowd saw Li Gan, they were all startled. At this moment, Li Gan was releasing his aura. From the looks of it, he was going to fight someone. When the crowd turned their gazes to Xiaoyan, they were once again shocked by how young Xiaoyan was. The person that Li Gan wanted to fight was actually such a young brat. However, these people were not stupid. They naturally knew of Li Gan's strength. Since this young man was able to stand side by side with him, his strength was definitely not much weaker than Li Gan's. This kid was actually another half-martial monarch expert. When they thought of this, the crowd below could not help but become restless. A half-martial emperor at such a young age was truly rare. Of course, among the crowd, there was no lack of people who had taken the opportunity to meet Xiaoyan when he was in the Yunin Pavilion. At this moment, they recognized that this person was the same person from yesterday. A wave of exclamations came from all directions, and the crowd that had yet to calm down was once again stirred up. He alone was actually able to make several half-step sovereigns protect him. Such might was truly heaven-defying. It was no wonder that he was able to stand side by side with the Li clan's ancestor. However, if these people knew the real reason behind the protector's actions, they would probably laugh out loud. In the sky, Xiaoyan and Li Gan completely ignored the commotion and exclamations from the crowd below. Their eyes met and they remained silent. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed across Li Gan's sinister old eyes. Soon after, the aura from his body suddenly swept out like a tidal wave, transforming into a majestic mountain that suddenly pressed down on Xiaoyan. He wanted to use his aura to forcefully suppress Xiaoyan. A cold snort was emitted from Xiaoyan's nose in the face of this. The strength of the heavenly flame within the vortex within his body suddenly erupted. A hot flame aura suddenly swept out from within Xiaoyan's body. The terrifying flame aura carried a frightening pressure that could incinerate the heavens. It formlessly transformed into a towering giant ruler. With a wave of the giant ruler, it viciously smashed towards the majestic mountain. A muffled bang quietly sounded out from the empty space. Li Gan's wrinkled old face also became somewhat solemn at this moment. Xiaoyan's aura made him feel incomparably strange. His aura contained an incomparable flame energy. Even this part of the world was affected by his aura. This was also the reason why Li Gan was secretly at a disadvantage. Xiaoyan's face was as calm as the wind and clouds as he looked at Li Gan. It was as though everything had nothing to do with him. This caused Li Gan to feel even more humiliated in his heart. His desire to kill Xiaoyan also became increasingly dense. The muscles at the corner of Li Gan's eyes twitched. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan. A moment later, he coldly snorted again. With a wave of his sleeve, a light flashed in his wide palm. Immediately, a large golden blade appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the large golden blade carried an aura that could tear apart the sky as it streaked across the sky. Immediately after, it stood diagonally to the right of Li Gan's body, as if it was fixed in the empty space without moving. Humph! Little fellow, you do have some ability. However, I wonder if you will be able to receive this blade from the old me. Before his voice sounded, Li Gan's right arm suddenly waved. The large golden blade also instantly tore through the empty space. Waves of sonic booms caused the expressions of everyone in the city below to change instantly. A buzzing sound continued to reverberate in their minds. A cold wind swept apart, blowing until the clothes on Xiao Yan's body were tightly stuck to the surface of his body. However, that pair of bright eyes stared intently at the golden blade in Li Gan's hand. His eyes did not even turn the slightest bit. "Huh! Come and have a taste of this blade of the old me." One fury / wild tide. Before his voice sounded, a do-chi wave that came from all directions suddenly shot out from the tip of the golden blade. It carried the might of the world as it swept toward Xiao Yan. Immediately, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. The do technique that Li Gan was currently using was actually extremely powerful. It was actually able to rely on its aura to stir an unusual phenomenon. This kind of might could really be called frightening. However, all of this was far from enough in Xiao Yan's eyes. It was merely a Tian-class do technique. He believed that by relying on the strength of his heavenly flame, he would be able to completely destroy it in one strike. With a wave of his large sleeve, the heavenly flame within his body surged wildly until it reached his palm. The incomparably hot, heavenly flame transformed into a large fire dragon that instantly spat out from Xiao Yan's palm. The beautiful flame swiftly agglomerated and changed. In merely an instant, it had already transformed into a large fire ruler that emitted a frighteningly high temperature. The moment the large ruler was formed, the drizzle that had been falling from the sky earlier suddenly disappeared at this moment. On the contrary, a kind of dryness that caused one to have difficulty enduring burned everyone's bodies. The moisture in the air seemed to have been forcefully sucked away by the large ruler in an instant. Even breathing had become as difficult and unbearable as torture in the human world at this moment. Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky, stared intently at the do-chi wave. Until a certain moment, a bright fire glow suddenly shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. The large ruler in his hand was also swung out in an instant. The instant the large ruler was swung out, the sky shattered with a bang. The endless high temperature was something that even this empty space had difficulty enduring. The might of a heavenly flame was really frightening. The ability to burn the sky was not empty words. A ruler suddenly swept across the sky with a bang. A brilliant ruler glow that was 1,000 feet wide instantly shot toward the do-chi wave. In merely an instant, the distance between the two had already been swiftly reduced. There was only a short 10 feet gap left. In the next instant, these two frightening do techniques with earth-shaking might finally collided with a bang in front of the tens of thousands of eyes in the city. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded over the sky above this savage ancient city. Soon after, an extremely frightening do-chi storm suddenly swept apart from the spot where the do techniques collided. The sky shook and the empty space shattered wherever the storm passed. The area where the two of them stood had completely transformed into a dark, deep, endless empty space. Everyone in the city had a drastic change in expression when they saw this scene. If this storm was allowed to completely sweep over the city, it was likely that this savage ancient city would completely disappear from history today. And they, too, would inevitably be buried with history. While everyone's expressions had turned ashen and their hearts were helplessly waiting for death, over 10 different colored do-chi lights suddenly flashed out from all directions within the savage ancient city. They instantly paused in the empty space. Among these 10+ lights were the group of Bandi experts who had come into contact with Xiao Yan yesterday. Among them, there was an old man whose body was the brightest and most eye-catching. He was the elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion. These 10+ human figures raised their eyes to look at the frightening collision in the sky. Thoughts continued to churn within their hearts. The old man who had come into contact with Xiao Yan yesterday was currently looking at Xiao Yan with a grave expression. There was even a slight fear that surged deep within his eyes. This old man admitted that he did not have the strength to face off against Xiao Yan. However, looking at the relaxed face of Xiao Yan at this moment, he did not have the confidence to completely receive that earth-shaking attack from Xiao Yan earlier. Although he was also a 3-star bandit, the gap between him and Xiao Yan was like the difference between the sky and the earth. If he were to fight with Xiao Yan, he was certain that he would not have any chance of victory. The old man helplessly sighed. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Soon after, a Do Chi light instantly appeared above his head. It was like a wave that swiftly spread apart, covering the entire sky. At this moment, the other Bandi experts around this old man did the same. Numerous Do Chi ripples of different colors swiftly spread apart, covering the entire savage ancient city and the area within a 10,000-kilometer radius around it. That frightening Do Chi storm finally came to a stop in front of this Do Chi barrier. Everyone in the city was safe and sound. After the storm scattered, Xiao Yan still had a relaxed appearance in the sky. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he looked at Li Gan. These two people were actually evenly matched in the two clashes today. It was likely that a big battle would be unavoidable in the future. As for Li Gan, he was so infuriated by Xiao Yan's appearance that he felt an incomparable pain in his heart. Today he, a grand 6-star half-martial emperor, had actually been repeatedly humiliated before the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Furthermore, the person who had caused all of this was actually a mere 3-star half-martial emperor brat. How could he possibly endure this? Bastard! This old man does not believe that this old man, a 6-star Bandi, cannot take care of you. Humph! Do you really think that the gap in strength between Bandi experts is so easy to make up for? Today, this old man will first cripple you, and then make you suffer. Die for this old man. After spitting out those vicious words, Li Gan's face was distorted as he once again waved his sleeve. His right hand held the large golden blade. His body suddenly flashed, and he once again slashed towards Xiao Yan. Let's make up for yesterday's loss. There's another update tonight. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 108. Die! Before Li Gan's voice sounded, his body had already arrived beside Xiao Yan in a flash. The large golden blade in his hand ferociously hacked down furiously at Xiao Yan. The turbulent Do Chi within Li Gan's body swiftly covered the golden blade in his hand, causing the might of the golden blade to become even more ferocious. The golden light on the blade also became even more resplendent. After being illuminated by the sunlight, the golden blade was like a scorching sun as it smashed down on Xiao Yan's head. The strong and ferocious wind caused the hair on Xiao Yan's head to part to the side. Xiao Yan's scalp also felt a piercing pain as though it was being pierced by needles, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown. Xiao Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in his heart. Although he was confident in his ability to fight against a 6-star half-emperor, he still needed to weigh the pros and cons of such a swift and violent attack. Otherwise, he had encountered quite a few situations where he failed miserably at an easy task. Within the vortex within Xiao Yan's body, the Do Chi rapidly circulated to his lower body. Following which, Xiao Yan's feet moved and he instantly activated the Sky Extinction Step. Ha! Chop for me! As the blade fell, Xiao Yan's body was instantly cut into two by the incomparably sharp golden blade. This caused everyone in the city below to feel an endless shock in their hearts. However, in the next instant, it instantly caused laughter to erupt from the city. When the golden blade passed by, Xiao Yan's body was instantly torn apart. Soon after, it disappeared from this empty space. At this moment, Li Gan's expression had finally become as dark and solemn as water. His eyes were filled with an endless amount of murderous intent. The golden blade in Li Gan's hand had only destroyed Xiao Yan's afterimage. However, even though this was the case, he still attacked with such ferocious force. He had truly thought that this was Xiao Yan's real body. This eyesight of his was truly a waste of his life. Compared to the laughter of everyone in the city below, the expressions of the dozen half-emperors in the sky had instantly turned grave at this moment. Xiao Yan's agility was so fast that even they would have difficulty discovering him. When Xiao Yan had left earlier, they were actually unable to see him at all. Such speed was truly frightening to the extreme. Elder Xian, who was standing in the sky, revealed a strange expression when he saw Xiao Yan's afterimage, unlike the others. Elder Xian's eyes narrowed as he stared at a certain empty space in the sky. There seemed to be something there. Teske. Never would I have imagined that the Sky Extinction Steps that the four great sects had been searching for 100 years to no avail would actually end up in Yan Zhao's hands. Heh, no wonder you possess the ability to contend against an 8-star half-emperor. This sky extinction step truly lives up to its name. From the looks of it, Yan Xiao has likely only obtained it for a short period of time. Yet, he is actually able to erupt with such a frightening speed. If you are able to successfully master it, I really wonder what kind of frightening existence you will be. When Elder Xian stared at the empty space, there seemed to be a pair of eyes that met with Elder Xian's eyes. After being slightly shocked for an instant, the two of them came to a tacit understanding and did not do anything else. Ha! Suddenly, an earth-shaking cry was suddenly emitted from behind Li Gan. A huge fist that emitted a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared from the space behind Li Gan. The fist violently smashed towards Li Gan's back. Li Gan was also shocked by this sudden attack for an instant. However, he was after all an experienced person. After an instant, the fear on his face was completely swept away. Li Gan's body forcefully turned. In an extremely strange instant, he twisted his body. The dou qi in his body suddenly shook. Immediately, it swiftly gathered on his palm like a spring. He threw a palm out and violently collided with Xiao Yan's fist. With a bang, Li Gan's body suddenly trembled. He did not expect that Xiao Yan's strength would actually be so great. His body involuntarily took half a step back. However, an instant later, Li Gan suddenly waved the golden blade in his other hand and violently chopped at the huge golden fist. Rushing thunder chop. As the blade fell, a frightening thunderbolt followed. Before the blade arrived, the thunderbolt arrived first. The attack had already violently smashed onto the huge fist. Immediately, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt his arm become numb. Even the golden glow on the enormous golden-colored fist had become a little dim. Li Gan could not help but rejoice in his heart when he saw this scene. With a thought, another 1,000-feet thunderbolt that was even thicker than the one before instantly fell. It once again smashed towards the huge golden fist. A slight chi sound was quietly emitted. The 1,000-feet thunderbolt that had just smashed onto Xiao Yan's huge golden fist suddenly disappeared as though it had fallen into an endless abyss. The attack of Li Gan's subordinates could not help but stop for an instant because of this strange scene. Xiao Yan just happened to use this instant to completely eliminate the numbness on his arm. With a cold snort, Xiao Yan's fist suddenly attacked once again. As the huge fist passed, the empty space was broken. Even this originally empty space actually emitted a clear shattering sound at this moment. 8th-level collapse. Ha! Bang! The sound of flesh colliding suddenly rang out. Li Gan's body also instantly flew backwards. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking also rang out from Li Gan's body. Under this punch, several of Li Gan's bones were actually forcefully broken. This was enough to show the power contained in Xiao Yan's punch. Explode! A sonorous and powerful voice was once again emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. One could hear a bang sound once again emitting from Li Gan's body as he flew backwards. His body once again flipped a couple of times in the air uncontrollably. Immediately, he pulled back 500 kilometers before spitting out blood and stopping his body. When he looked at Xiao Yan, his eyes were filled with astonishment. What exactly happened in that attack just now? When Xiao Yan forced Li Gan back with a punch, he slowly revealed his body from the empty air. He smiled in his heart and said in his heart, "Don't worry. Little fellow, you have finally woken up after being in a slumber for so long. Haha, from the looks of it, you have obtained quite a lot of benefits from that thread of spatial strength. Not only have you completely recovered your strength, but you have also reached the peak of the 8-star Do Shang class. Haha, this can be considered an unexpected surprise." At this moment, Xiao Yan was naturally referring to Xiao Jin, who had been in a slumber for a long time. It was unexpected that Xiao Jin would actually wake up at such a critical moment. This had saved Xiao Yan a lot of trouble. At this moment, a lightning dragon with flickering golden thunderbolts all over Xiao Yan's body was flipping and dancing within Xiao Yan's body. It appeared to be quite happy. Some silver-white spatial strength occasionally flashed around its body, causing this little fellow to appear even more mysterious. Xiao Yan casually exchanged a couple of words with Xiao Jin. After which, he once again withdrew his mind and turned his eyes towards Li Gan, who was 1,000 kilometers away. Although Xiao Yan had struck Li Gan with a punch, this Li Gan still possessed the strength of a 6-star half-emperor. That little attack would at the very most cause some external injuries. Even if he suffered some internal injuries, they would not be considered serious injuries. It was really nothing to people at their level. Ha! A furious roar that contained a bloody aura was once again emitted from Li Gan's mouth. At this moment, Li Gan had truly entered a berserk state. The humiliation today could be said to be the most unbearable in his entire life. Hence, the current Xiao Yan had already been included in the list of people who must die in his heart. Li Gan's body once again flashed and instantly disappeared from this empty space. It was as though he had never appeared. At the same time, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan once again shattered. An extremely sharp golden blade instantly traversed the distance of 1,000 kilometers and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. A blade descended towards Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan was not to be outdone. A cold smile appeared on his face as the heavenly flame once again appeared in his palm. It rapidly gathered and Xiao Yan waved his large sleeve. A ruler was violently swung out and collided with the golden blade. In merely a short moment, the two of them had already exchanged over 100 blows. Both of them had suffered injuries. However, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that Li Gan's clothes were already in tatters. The surface of his body was also covered in patches of green and purple. There were even large areas of his skin that had been burned by the flames. His entire person appeared as though he had been thrown into a bonfire and roasted. He was in an extremely sorry state. Compared to Li Gan, although Xiao Yan's clothes were also in tatters, it was clear that Li Gan's attacks had only damaged Xiao Yan's clothes. With the protection of the Sky Annihilation Steps, Xiao Yan was able to dodge all of Li Gan's attacks if he used his full strength. At this moment, Li Gan was feeling even more furious in his heart. He was a 6-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he had been injured to such a state by a 3-star half-martial emperor. How could he possibly accept this? However, at this moment, he was feeling rather helpless in his heart. Xiao Yan's agility was extremely fast. It was definitely not something that he could catch up to. With such speed, it was likely that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not lose to him if he used his full strength. Unfortunately, while Li Gan was still thinking about how to deal with Xiao Yan no longer had the patience to continue. In today's battle, Xiao Yan only wanted to estimate his own strength. Fighting against a 6-star half-martial emperor was already enough to put him in an undefeatable position. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue playing around. With a move of his body, Xiao Yan's figure instantly retreated over 1,000 miles. Flames surged within his eyes. With a wave of his large sleeve, surging heavenly flames instantly swept out. The seals in his hand rapidly changed. From the looks of the seals, it was Xiao Yan's second famous Do skill, Angry Buddha Reincarnation. Chapter 109. Two human figures stood in the sky 100,000 feet above the savage ancient city. At this moment, the aura of one of them, who appeared quite young, was surging all over his body. Soaring Do Qi crazily surged out from within his body and gathered in his palm. As the Do Qi within his body continued to gather, threads of natural energy visible to the naked eye began to appear from the empty space. They turned into a wave of energy torrent that poured into the palm of this man. A fierce flame that could burn the sky swept out from within his body like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky. The entire place suddenly became dry and hot at this moment. At this moment, if one were to raise one's head to look from the ground, the entire sky seemed to have turned into an endless sea of fire. It caused one to feel a hot feeling surge into one's heart when one looked at it. A Bandi expert was really terrifying. Such a mighty Do skill was the most terrifying one that they had ever seen in their lives. In the sky, Li Gan's expression changed a little when he looked at Xiao Yan. Clearly, the Do skill that Xiao Yan was currently displaying caused even him to involuntarily feel some worry in his heart. This was merely the initial display of the Do skill, yet it was already able to attract such a might. It was really impossible to know just what kind of frightening scene it would be when this Do skill was completely agglomerated. Li Gan's eyes stared at the change in Xiao Yan's palm. He could vaguely see that there was a thumb-sized mysterious black-colored light spot in Xiao Yan's palm. The frightening natural energy and Xiao Yan's Do Qi were completely swallowed by the black-colored light spot. That mysterious black-colored light spot was like a bottomless pit. No matter how frightening the energy was, it would be completely swallowed into it. This scene caused the hairs all over Li Gan's body to stand. He immediately felt a sense of danger in his heart. If he were to allow Xiao Yan to continue in this manner, it was likely that he would not even have the chance to escape once he attacked. If he wanted to defeat Xiao Yan now, he must first forcefully interrupt the Do skill that Xiao Yan was currently using. Otherwise, The consequences were definitely not something that he could endure. With this thought in mind, a ruthless look suddenly flashed across Li Gan's eyes. He suddenly waved the large golden blade in his hand. With a move of his body, he once again charged towards Xiao Yan. Thousands of Li Gan dodged in an instant. In the next moment, Li Gan's full-strength attack had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. It was merely an inch away from Xiao Yan's scalp. Xiao Yan could even clearly feel the sharpness of the golden blade. If this blade really fell, perhaps he, Xiao Yan, would be split in half on the spot. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed into a thin line. The expression on his face also became increasingly cold. Have you begun your final struggle? Unfortunately, everything that you have done is useless. Back then, I had already said that as long as you do not provoke me, I will naturally be too lazy to bother with you. The current situation is something that you have brought upon yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame that extremely stupid grandson of yours. This thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly flashed and disappeared from the sky. At the same time, a certain space 1,000 miles away distorted. Xiao Yan's body once again appeared. The seals in his hands were also rapidly changing. He was not affected by Li Gan at all. Li Gan's attack, which contained all of his aura, had once again missed. The speed of Xiao Yan's agility was not something that a 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Today, it was likely that he, Li Gan, could only watch as Xiao Yan successfully condense the Do skill in his hand. At that time, it would likely be the time of Li Gan's death. When he thought of this, even though Li Gan was an old fellow who had lived for an unknown number of years, a dense fear involuntarily rose in his heart. However, in the next moment, a cold smile suddenly flashed across his deathly pale face. The smile at the corner of his mouth caused others to feel abnormally disgusted. Li Gan also slowly withdrew the golden blade in his hand. It was as if the Do skill in Xiao Yan's hand had nothing to do with him. He stood straight in the air and looked at Xiao Yan with a cold smile. A long while later, Li Gan coldly smiled at Xiao Yan and said, "Don't tell me that you really want to forcefully kill the old me in this savage ancient city today?" Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. His face also revealed a suspicious expression. Li Gan's action earlier was naturally seen by Xiao Yan. However, it also caused Xiao Yan's relaxed heart to involuntarily be slowly raised. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Yan coldly replied to Li Gan, "You can't blame me for this. You can't blame me for all of this. If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered to touch you. It's just a pity that your grandson isn't a grandson enough. He insisted on making you, his grandfather, touch me." When these words of Xiao Yan were spoken, everyone in the city below involuntarily let out a burst of laughter. They were greatly provoked by these words of Xiao Yan. The expressions of the few half-emperor experts in the sky became increasingly solemn at this moment. The eyes with which they looked at Xiao Yan were also filled with incomparable shock and fear. It was not because of these laughable words of Xiao Yan. Instead, it was because of the beautiful circular fireplate that was filled with a frightening flame strength in Xiao Yan's hand at this moment. At a glance, the circular plate did not appear to be anything special. However, the frightening flame strength still caused this dark black world to become incomparably hot even in the endless empty space. The people in the city were protected by them and were naturally unable to clearly sense it. However, with their strength, how could they not know how frightening that flame was? Immediately, a few of the half-emperor experts opened their mouths and spoke in surprise. Just what kind of natural divine flame is that flame? Don't tell me that it is a natural, heavenly flame, on the heavenly flame ranking. Otherwise, how could it possess such a frightening flame strength? This old man doesn't think so. If it is a heavenly flame, how could its color be so chaotic? I'm afraid that it is some kind of beast flame that we are not familiar with. When Elder Xian looked at Xiao Yan, a grave expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Luo Jin had already told him about how powerful Xiao Yan was. However, at that time, it was only Luo Jin's words and he did not dare to completely believe them. In his heart, he still had some doubts about Xiao Yan's true fighting strength. Even when he saw Xiao Yan use the sky extinction step earlier, he had only guessed that Xiao Yan would be able to contend against an 8-star half-emperor. However, from the looks of it now, it was not impossible for Xiao Yan to forcefully kill an 8-star half-emperor expert if he wanted to. However, from the fire disc in Xiao Yan's hand at this moment, Elder Xian was able to confirm that the level of this Do technique was likely a man-class Do technique. Even if he were to face it, he would definitely need to be careful. Just how frightening a man-class Do technique was something that Elder Xian, who had come from the middle region, was definitely not unfamiliar with. Currently, the angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiao Yan's hand was nearing its end. Xiao Yan's expression had also become somewhat pale at this moment. Clearly, Xiao Yan had used all his strength to unleash the angry Buddha reincarnation this time around. The strength of this angry Buddha reincarnation would definitely be the strongest angry Buddha reincarnation ever since Xiao Yan had created it. Humph! Brat, even if you are able to forcefully kill the old me, are you certain that the tens of thousands of people in this savage ancient city will be able to survive? Suddenly, Li Gan's somewhat hoarse voice was once again emitted, causing everyone present to involuntarily turn their gazes over. After hearing Li Gan's words, the expressions of everyone in the city changed slightly. Clearly, they already had some understanding of how frightening the disc in Xiao Yan's hand was. Since this Do technique of Xiao Yan's was able to forcefully kill Li Gan, a 6-star half-emperor, there was no need to even talk about ordinary experts like them. After hearing this, the 10+ half-emperors in the sky emitted a cold snort. Clearly, they were quite dissatisfied with Li Gan's belittling of their strength. After hearing this, the corner of Li Gan's mouth once again emitted a cold smile. Immediately, he opened his mouth and laughed out loud. That's right, that's right. The old me had nearly forgotten. With the protection of so many half-emperors, this brat's attack will naturally be unable to harm the people in the city. Before the expressions of everyone in the city could warm up after these words were spoken, Li Gan's expression suddenly became crazy. With a cold smile, he once again opened his mouth to speak. Hence, the old me can only die. Since this is the case, even if the old me dies, I will definitely bring this brat along to accompany the old me in death. After Li Gan's words were spoken, the faces of everyone in the city became suspicious. However, the 10+ half-emperors in the sky involuntarily twitched the corner of their mouths intensely after hearing these words. The gazes with which they looked at Li Gan were filled with disdain. The 10+ half-emperors exchanged glances with each other. All of them saw the disdain in each other's eyes. Clearly, the half-emperors present were quite familiar with what Li Gan was going to do next. When everyone turned their heads around and looked at Li Gan once again, they involuntarily shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. This move again. Looks like this old ghost Li Gan will once again be able to avoid a calamity today. This thought had just flashed across everyone's hearts when Li Gan's expression in the sky became increasingly ruthless. He once again turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan and laughed coldly. The old me knows that the strength of this move of yours is sufficient to directly kill the old me. It is likely that this Do technique of yours has already reached the level of a human-class Do technique. The old me also admits that I do not possess a Do technique of such strength. Hence, since I wish to kill you, the old me can only choose the path of self-destruction. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed after Li Gan's words were emitted. The self-destruction of a half-emperor was really no joke. If he was really allowed to successfully self-destruct, it was likely that everything within a 10,000-mile radius of the savage ancient city would be turned into nothingness. Even if these so-called half-emperors wanted to receive this life-risking attack, it was likely that they would not be able to preserve their lives without paying a sufficiently great price. From this, one could tell just how frightening the self-destruction of a half-emperor was. The most important thing for Xiao Yan was that the teleportation formation that led to the western region was still within the savage ancient city. If the savage ancient city was destroyed, where would he go to find it? This Li Gan was really using the entire savage ancient city to threaten Xiao Yan. Chapter 110. Are you threatening me? Li Gan's threat with his life also caused Xiao Yan to feel a little angry in his heart. In his life, the thing he hated the most was being threatened by others. Li Gan's actions had really touched his reverse scale. A cold smile was revealed on Li Gan's face when he heard Xiao Yan's words, which contained anger. Xiao Yan's fury at this moment was exactly what he wanted. As long as Xiao Yan had scruples about anyone or anything in the ancient savage city, Xiao Yan would definitely not allow the ancient savage city to be destroyed. Moreover, he would be able to remain safe and sound. As for the matter of killing Xiao Yan, Li Gan had naturally already remembered it in his heart. Although he was unable to kill Xiao Yan, there were many experts in the world. As long as he could add fuel to the fire, those who wanted to kill Xiao Yan would naturally line up to find him. As he thought of this in his heart, The smile on Li Gan's face became increasingly obvious. The gaze with which he looked at Xiao Yan also became increasingly disdainful. This also caused Xiao Yan to become even more furious in his heart. The dozen over half-emperors in the sky also saw the fury in Xiao Yan's heart. They also laughed bitterly in their hearts. At this moment, Li Gan had already used this shameless fighting method more than a dozen times. However, it could be said to be successful every time. It caused many people who had the ability to kill him to return empty-handed in the end. The reason for this was because of the city that everyone was in at this moment, the ancient Savage City. The ancient Savage City was the largest city in the southwest region. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of residents in it. If one were to add up the number of people in the surrounding small cities, it was likely that there would be no less than 800,000 people. As a city with such a terrifying number of people, there was naturally no need to mention how prosperous it was. Hence, there were also countless outsiders. Just the daily flow of people would likely exceed 1 million. Moreover, there were no less than 10,000 younger generation experts who had come out to train. Hence, no one present knew just how many factions there were within the ancient Savage City. However, one could understand that behind these people, there was definitely an existence that was not below the bandit class. It was likely that there were even quite a number of genuine Do-D class experts. And now, the alchemist competition was already right before their eyes. The ancient city of Wilderness was also filled with mixed forces and elites. It could be said that it had reached its true peak after so many years. The weight of this matter could be seen at a glance. Therefore, if Li Gan really self-destructed in the ancient Savage City, the entire city would be reduced to nothingness. As for the younger generation of those great powers, they would definitely disappear from this world. At that time, it would be the time of Xiao Yan's death. The deaths of those people would definitely be blamed on him. Xiao Yan would also be chased by the entire southern region and even the factions from other regions. However, this was not a situation that Xiao Yan wished to see. After all, just the Ghost Temple Gate alone was enough for Xiao Yan to suffer. The current him was unable to stir up such a big storm. Could it be that he was just going to let Li Gan off? Xiao Yan was unwilling in his heart. Since he had touched his reverse scale, this Li Gan must die. Even an 8-star bandit had died in Xiao Yan's hands. Li Gan was merely a 6-star bandit. Why would he, Xiao Yan, not be able to kill him? However, after some thought, the current situation was not something that Xiao Yan could do as he pleased. A slight mistake would result in him being consigned to eternal damnation. Xiao Yan struggled in his heart for a moment. He also thought of forcefully asking Guyu to attack. Unfortunately, the only response he received was a deathly silence. Although Guyu was strong, he was too principled. Currently, there was no one in this ancient savage city who could dictate everything. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly in his heart. The seal in his hand changed as he gave up on the opportunity to kill Li Gan. Li Gan coldly smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan. At this moment, his heart was incomparably carefree. He loved to see the inner struggle of his enemy. His enemy clearly had the ability to kill him, but did not dare to do so. This really made his heart feel incomparably carefree. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan's seal, which he was about to change, suddenly disappeared. He lifted his hand and the fire disc in his hand was aimed at Li Gan. At the middle of the disc, there was a thumb-sized dark black mysterious light that was emitting a deep dark light. Li Gan's eyes suddenly widened when he saw this scene. A shocked expression appeared on his face. He hurriedly opened his mouth and roared at Xiao Yan. "Brat! Do you really intend to turn into ashes along with the tens of thousands of people in this ancient savage city?" The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed an extremely icy cold smile when he saw this. An icy voice was slowly emitted from his mouth. "I only want to crush you. Why would I harm the innocent? Moreover, do you really think that you will have the chance to self-destruct?" Li Gan's expression changed once again when Xiao Yan said these words. His face was filled with surprise. After pausing for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and asked Xiao Yan, "What do you mean by this?" Xiao Yan once again emitted a cold laugh. The fire disc in his hand rapidly rotated. A frightening fire strength spread from the disc, causing the endless space to become incomparably hot. "Have you forgotten that in this ancient savage city, there is still someone who can kill you in an instant?" Li Gan's pupils suddenly shrank. He was also shocked by Xiao Yan's words for a moment. Someone who can kill him in an instant? Could the person that Xiao Yan was talking about be that person? It seems that you have also thought of it. Li Gan's heart trembled. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to drag that person out at this moment. However, it was immediately replaced by a cold laugh. So what if Senior is in this city? The matter between you and me has nothing to do with Senior. Even if this ancient savage city is really gone, it won't hurt Senior at all. You want to drag Senior down with you? Simply stupid. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a playful smile. His eyes flickered as he slowly opened his mouth and said, I'm not saying that Elder Luo will drag me down with you. I just want to ask Elder Luo to protect Senior's seclusion place. That's all. Humph, Senior, it's not something that you can just say. Without waiting for Li Gan's voice to fade, an old figure had already appeared in the space beside Xiao Yan. Looking at his appearance, it was the blacksmith master, Elder Luo. The moment Li Gan saw Elder Luo, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Elder Luo would actually step in for a brat that he had only met once. It should be known that even he had never asked Elder Luo to leave his small courtyard. Exactly what method did this brat have to attract a senior like Elder Luo? Elder Luo casually glanced at Li Gan, who was in a sorry state, and snorted softly. He then turned his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was beside him. He curled his lips and softly reprimanded Xiao Yan. Brat, you have a sharp tongue. If it wasn't for the fact that I have received a favor from you, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Xiao Yan smiled embarrassedly. In any case, this little old man had finally stepped in. Today, Li Gan wouldn't be able to escape death. The expressions of the countless number of people below instantly became interesting when they heard old Luo's words. How could everyone not know that Xiao Yan was able to get old Luo to say such words? Since this was the case, just what kind of rare natural treasure had Xiao Yan given old Luo? I wrote it wrong again. However, since the content is out, I'll still say the same thing. Please add it. Please recommend it. Those who are interested, please join the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 111. After old Luo and Xiao Yan finished speaking, old Luo's gaze once again landed on Li Gan. The corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile as he spoke with an indifferent tone. Originally, this old man was too lazy to bother with this matter. However, I heard that you wanted to self-destruct and destroy this old man's place of seclusion. Thus, I felt a little dissatisfied in my heart and wanted to come out and talk to you. May I know if this is true? After he finished speaking, old Luo's face revealed a lazy expression as he yawned. Only then did he continue to glance at Li Gan. When Li Gan heard old Luo's words, his expression changed again and again. In the end, it turned pale white without any trace of blood. With old Luo's appearance, he, Li Gan, had already lost all of his chances today. If he did not have anything that he could use to threaten Xiao Yan, then today would definitely be the day of his death. If he wanted to continue living, there was only one path left. That was to apologize to Xiao Yan and do his best to obtain his forgiveness. Additionally, old Luo was still beside him. It was likely that Xiao Yan would more or less let him off because of old Luo. However, when he thought of how he, a 6-star half-martial emperor, had to lower his voice and apologize to a mere 3-star half-martial emperor brat, Li Gan immediately felt extremely humiliated in his heart. Fortunately, the desire to live finally caused Li Gan to forcefully suppress the endless resentment he had for Xiao Yan in the bottom of his heart. After all, if he were to really die here today, not only would he be unable to vent the resentment in his heart, even the enormous clan behind him would definitely be swept away in an instant. This was something that Li Gan could not easily give up on. This was especially so when his grandson was involved. How could he be willing to do so? After hesitating for a moment, Li Gan finally hardened his heart. His pair of bloody eyes that were filled with endless resentment slowly closed. The wild and violent Do Qi that swept over his body was also forcefully withdrawn into his body. It was a long while later before Li Gan once again slowly opened his eyes. The expression on his face had also become warm as he looked at Xiao Yan. The muscles at the corner of his mouth forcefully pulled out a seemingly gentle smile. His pair of old eyes were also replaced by embarrassment. He coughed twice and said to Xiao Yan, "Ha ha ha ha, my friend, everything that happened today is just a misunderstanding. When this old man returns, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Today's battle between you and me, let's treat it as an exchange of blows, no concord." In the future we will be friends. Ha 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 ha. Oh? Investigate? This old man thinks that there's no need to investigate. Your grandson was slapped by this old man. That little thing was talking about you in front of this old man. This old man couldn't stand it, so I slapped him. Don't tell me you want to return the favor? The moment Li Gan's words left his mouth, Elder Luo looked at Li Gan with sleepy eyes and said softly. When Li Kong heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was originally just saying those words. What? The injuries on Li Kang's body were really caused by Elder Luo? Li Gan hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled back at Elder Luo. His face was also incomparably embarrassed. He suddenly turned around and viciously grabbed at the boundary that was set up by the many half-emperor experts. With a loud bang, it shattered. Immediately after, Li Kang's figure was pulled up by Li Gan. When Li Kong saw the gloomy expression on his grandfather's face, he was involuntarily startled. When he saw Elder Luo standing beside Xianxia, Li Kong instantly seemed to have understood something. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Li Gan ruthlessly slapped his face. In an instant, half of Li Kang's face rapidly swelled up and became blood-red. Fresh blood continuously flowed out from his mouth and nose. A bright red 5-fingerprint was incomparably clearly imprinted on Li Kang's face. Speak. The injuries on your body, were they really caused by Brother Yan Xiao? With Elder Luo in front and Xiao Yan's prestige, Li Gan admitted his mistake in such a natural and smooth manner. With a single sentence, his relationship with Xiao Yan became much closer. It was as if the two of them were old friends who had known each other for many years. When Li Kong heard Li Gan's furious words, the expression on his face abruptly changed. It was a long while later before he shook his head while trembling. Pah! Another slap resounded through the sky. Li Gan's heart was extremely pained. However, with Xiao Yan present, he had no choice but to be ruthless for once. Li Gan's face was gloomy. He did not know who caused it, but the skin at the corner of his eyes continuously trembled because of the fury in his heart. Apologize to Brother Yan Xiao. When these words were spoken, Li Kang's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that his grandfather would actually say such words to him. However, he was also incomparably clear about the exact situation in his heart. At this moment, he could not possibly allow his grandfather to personally apologize to Xiao Yan. If that was the case, he did not know if his situation would be any better when he returned. It was a long while later before Li Kong turned around to face Xiao Yan. Although he was apologizing, there was still a vicious glint flowing within his eyes. Finally, after pausing for a moment, Li Kong finally slowly bowed and apologized to Xiao Yan in front of everyone's gazes. At the same time, the pair of hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched together. Traces of fresh blood flowed down from between his fingers, indicating the emotions that were buried deep within his heart at this moment. Ha ha, Li Gan, this little fellow is a little unreasonable. This old man clearly heard earlier that you wanted that little fellow Yan Xiao to apologize. Since it is you now, you should also do the same, right? Since you have an apology, shouldn't you also take a look at your apology gift? Let me remind you that this little fellow's eyesight is quite good. Since he is able to take out something that has caused this old man to be extremely shocked, there is no need for this old man to say more about his sharp eyesight. You should also stop trying to fool others. Old Luo parted his mouth and laughed coldly when he saw this scene. When he opened his mouth once again, it caused the corner of Li Gan's mouth to twitch continuously. He even felt as though his heart was dripping blood. It was a long while later before Li Gan finally made up his mind. Since old Luo had spoken, he definitely wanted him to take out something. Moreover, from the meaning of his words, the thing that he took out must definitely not be inferior. Li Gan laughed awkwardly. He looked at old Luo with an embarrassed smile and said with a bitter smile, "Elder, this junior did not bring any valuable items when he went out. Moreover, I'm afraid that Brother Yan Xiao would not even be interested in the little things that this junior has." When Luo Jin heard this, he once again let out a cold laugh. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly became cold. He snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Why, you don't have it? Then, take out your Void Lightning Pool invitation." When these words came out, the expression on Li Gan's face instantly froze. His entire person seemed to be fixed in the air and instantly became silent. Requesting collection. Requesting recommendation. Those who are interested, Please enter the group. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 112. After Elder Luo's words left his mouth, Li Gan was completely stunned. He had never expected that Elder Luo would say such a long speech because of the Void Lightning Pool invitation in his hands. Elder Luo was indeed worthy of being called a true expert. Not only did Elder Luo poach Li Gan's resources, he had also done Xiaoyan a huge favor. At the very least, this was what Li Gan thought. However, to Elder Luo, the Void Lightning Pool invitation was just so. If it was not for the fact that this item could be of help to Xiaoyan, Elder Luo would not have bothered to say anything more. Even the dozen or so half-martial emperors below started to rejoice in their hearts when they saw this scene. They rejoiced that they did not provoke this demon-level genius. Even more so, they rejoiced that they did not provoke old Luo. However, on the other hand, these half-martial emperors were even more curious about Xiaoyan. Exactly what kind of rare natural treasure did he give Elder Luo in order for Elder Luo to take such good care of him? When Elder Xian saw this scene in the sky, he involuntarily frowned. Others might not know, but how could he not know? He had some relationship with Elder Luo. Even the Yunyin pavilion behind him was inextricably linked to Elder Luo. Although he did not dare to say that he knew Elder Luo's character, he knew a little about him. Elder Luo had experienced countless things in his life. Those who knew him were all people of great power. Even some of the truly powerful experts were on good terms with Elder Luo. Among them, there were countless people who wanted to ask Elder Luo to help them refine weapons. However, Elder Luo's standards were extremely high. Those who did not have the qualifications to refine weapons, regardless of how powerful they were or how powerful they were all ignored by Elder Luo. Even if there was someone who could ask Elder Luo to help them, Elder Luo would usually not give them any face. From this, one could see how rare the materials that could truly move Elder Luo were. However, Xiaoyan had actually managed to get old Luo to help him. Could it be that the crafting material that Xiaoyan had given old Luo was the last one in the continent? At this moment, Li Gan's face was filled with embarrassment. The Void Lightning Pool invitation was a once-in-a-century opportunity. He only had a few chances, so how could he be willing to give it up? The Void Lightning Pool invitation was formed by condensing the power of the Void Lightning Pool. One could use this invitation to enter the Void Lightning Pool once. As for that empty space lightning pool, it was an ancient lightning pool that had been condensed for countless years. The heavenly lightning within it was incomparably dense. If even a half-martial emperor were to properly absorb and refine the heavenly lightning after entering it, not only would the half-martial emperor's body receive an enormous increase in strength, even their soul's strength would be greatly increased. However, as the Void Lightning Pool floated in the boundless void, even half-martial emperors would not be able to detect it. As for the Void Lightning Pool invitation, it was formed by the heavenly lightning within the Void Lightning Pool. Every 100 years, 30 Void Lightning Pool invitation would fall from the Void Lightning Pool and scatter. At this time, many experts would come to search for it. As long as they managed to obtain it, they would be able to use the invitation to enter the Void Lightning Pool once. Of course, the power of a single Void Lightning Pool invitation was naturally not enough to open the path to the Void Lightning Pool. At this time, the owners of the Void Lightning Pool invitation had to take out their Void Lightning Pool invitation and gather the power of the 30 Void Lightning Pool invitation together before entering the Void Lightning Pool together. Only by doing so would one be able to enter the Void Lightning Pool and absorb and refine the heavenly lightning within it. As for how much heavenly lightning one could refine, that would depend on one's luck. A large part of the reason why Li Gan was able to possess his current strength was because he was lucky enough to enter the Void Lightning Pool twice. Now that he had such an opportunity again, Li Gan was naturally unwilling to give it up. He was certain in his heart that if he was able to enter the Void Lightning Pool this time around, he might even be able to use this opportunity to break through to a 7-star half-martial emperor. How could he possibly be willing to accept such a temptation? One must know that although there was only a difference of 1 star, how powerful was a half-martial emperor? A difference of 1 star was enough to overturn the entire battle situation. Not everyone could be as heaven-defying as Xiaoyan. He possessed so many man-tier do skills. If he were to go all out, he would naturally be able to fight against a high-level half-martial emperor. However, if he were to remove these, it was likely that his chances of victory against a 4-star half-martial emperor would not be high. Because of this, the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool to people with strength like them was even more prominent. This was also the reason why old Luo had helped Xiaoyan ask for an apology. To Xiao Yan, the value of the Void Lightning Pool invitation was a true temptation. Xiao Yan had also come to know about the Void Lightning Pool invitation through old Luo's voice transmission. It was fine if he did not know about it earlier. However, at this moment, he understood it in his heart. A wave involuntarily rose in his eyes. Since it was such a rare item, he would naturally obtain it if he could. Xiao Yan would definitely not let go of this apology gift from Li Gan. Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly and saw Li Gan's hesitant manner. However, a cold snort was emitted from his nose. His foot suddenly took a step forward and his right hand was instantly raised in front of his chest. The fire disc in his hand was also aimed at Li Gan. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the fire disc instantly began to rotate wildly. Waves of majestic natural energy also began to gather toward the disc in Xiao Yan's hand. Li Gan's body abruptly pulled back the instant he saw Xiao Yan's stance. At the same time, he also loudly shouted at Xiao Yan, "Little friend Yan Xiao, please do not attack. This Void Lightning Pool invitation is already useless to me. So what if I give it to little friend Yan Xiao? How can there be an apology gift?" Although his words were insincere, Xiao Yan felt quite comfortable when he heard them. At the very least, this Li Gan was willing to give it to him. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. His raised hand also slowly fell. If he did not give these people an appropriate blow, they would really not be willing to cooperate. Did they really think that he was so confident because he relied on old Luo? Li Gan was also quite frightened by Xiao Yan's attack. He was really afraid that Xiao Yan would really forcefully attack and directly end him here. If he were to die, the Void Lightning Pool invitation would still end up in Xiao Yan's hands. Since this was the case, it was better to directly give it to him and save his old life first. A smile of praise involuntarily appeared on old Luo's old face when he saw this scene. Xiao Yan's character was so shrewd and ruthless. It was no wonder that he was able to ascend to such a peak position in this chaotic world. His character was firm and indomitable. He was decisive when doing things. Only such a man would be able to rise in this chaotic world and fight for a spot in the world. Chapter 113. When he saw Xiao Yan put down his hand again, Li Gan's tensed nerves relaxed a little. In his heart, he knew that no matter what, the Void Lightning Pool invitation in his hand had to be handed over to Xiao Yan. At the same time, Li Gan also deeply remembered the humiliation that Xiao Yan had given him in his heart. He believed that there would come a day when he would return all of it to Xiao Yan. Li Gan took a deep breath in his chest and tried his best to calm his emotions. A moment later, a smile appeared on Li Gan's face. That smile was so peaceful that it was as though nothing had happened between him and Xiao Yan. Li Gan faced Xiao Yan. He flipped his right hand and a bright silver-colored invitation card appeared in Li Gan's palm out of nowhere. Immediately, the force in Li Gan's palm shook and the invitation card shot toward Xiao Yan. When Xiao Yan saw this, he extended his hand and used two of his fingers to break the force on the Void Lightning Pool invitation. He caught it with his other hand and kept it without even looking at it. Xiao Yan knew that with Elder Luo watching from the side, Li Gan did not have the guts to do anything. Therefore he was quite relieved. Li Gan's face was filled with pain as he watched Xiao Yan keep the Void Lightning Pool invitation that he had obtained with great difficulty. His heart also felt quite helpless. Since it had already landed in Xiao Yan's hands, he could only give it up. Li Gan bowed slightly and cupped his hands towards Elder Luo. After saying that he would take his leave, he turned around and left with Li Kong. However, just as he turned around, Xiao Yan's voice sounded out again. "Brother Li Gan, you're really leaving just like that? Could it be that you've forgotten that you still haven't given me an apology gift?" When Xiao Yan said these words, not only Li Gan, but even Elder Luo who was beside him, could not help but raise his eyebrows. "Apology gift? Didn't you take it just now? Why are you asking for it now? Do you really want to force me into a life and death struggle?" When Li Gan turned around, the expression on his face was a little gloomy. He had repeatedly made things difficult for Li Gan. He really wanted to force Li Gan to make a move. Xiao Yan still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Li Gan. It was as though he was waiting for Li Gan to take the invitation. This expression and action of Xiao Yan, in addition to the fire circular plate that Xiao Yan had his eye on, caused Li Gan to not feel hot under the assault of the flame strength. Instead, he felt an icy cold feeling invade his heart. Xiao Yan knew that Li Gan could not think of anything else. However, with Elder Luo's shrewdness, He instantly understood the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. Brother Li Gong, could it be that you have forgotten so quickly? Earlier, you said that this void lightning pool invitation was given to me by you. As for the compensation, it is naturally another matter. Don't you think so? The expression on Li Gong's face instantly stiffened when Xiao Yan's words left his mouth. Immediately, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. The words he had said earlier were merely polite words he had said. Why did Xiao Yan take them seriously? Was he not digging a hole for himself to jump into? Although he became angrier the more he thought about it, Xiao Yan was currently guarded by Elder Luo. As long as Elder Luo was around, Elder Luo would not care even if Xiao Yan went overboard. When he thought of this, Li Gong could not help but feel an indescribable sense of humiliation. However, no matter how humiliating it was, in the end, it could not change the fact that he had been viciously tricked by Xiao Yan. Li Gong's hand once again flipped in the air. A palm-sized crystal stone appeared in Li Gong's palm. Li Gong looked at this crystal stone with a pained expression. He did not hesitate any longer. It was as though he was afraid that he would go back on his words. He directly lifted his hand and threw it at Xiao Yan. Looking at the way he threw the crystal stone, it was as though he was venting the emotions in his heart. This caused the people watching below to involuntarily laugh. When Xiao Yan randomly received the crystal stone, a bright expression quietly flashed across his eyes. Immediately, it was perfectly hidden. He lifted his head and revealed a warm smile to Li Gong. This caused the corners of Li Gong's mouth to twitch intensely. Immediately, the father and son duo said goodbye to Elder Luo and quickly left. The angry Buddha reincarnation in Xiao Yan's palm once again turned into waves of even purer and majestic Do Qi and returned to the vortex in Xiao Yan's body. After Li Gong and his father left, the dozen or so half-martial emperors below all flew up and stood in front of Elder Luo. They respectfully cupped their hands and bowed to Elder Luo. This scene caused everyone in the city below to sigh emotionally. It was really good to be an expert. No matter how arrogant a person was, they would still have to bow their heads in front of him and give the greeting of a junior. Of course, after these dozen or so half-emperors bowed to Elder Luo, they did not forget that Xiao Yan, who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, was still present. One by one, they stepped forward and chatted with Xiao Yan. Even the three-star half-emperor expert, who had once exchanged blows with Xiao Yan, still had some lingering fear on his face as he chatted with Xiao Yan. His attitude when facing Xiao Yan was extremely humble. Of course, Xiao Yan did not feel any pride in his heart. He knew that although he had the strength to challenge those of a higher level, it was under the premise that he had used all of his strength. After one attack, Xiao Yan would enter a period of weakness. Any half-emperor expert would be able to easily kill him. At this moment, the reason why these people treated him so respectfully was partly because of his strength, but more importantly, it was probably because of Elder Luo who had just left. The care that Elder Luo had shown to Xiao Yan had all been seen by them today. If Xiao Yan was really on good terms with Elder Luo, as long as he had the protection of an expert like Elder Luo, he would definitely become a powerful expert with endless strength in the future. At this moment, befriending Xiao Yan was equivalent to using Xiao Yan to befriend Elder Luo. What they were interested in was merely the hope that Elder Luo had for Xiao Yan. Strength was nothing. Even if he could not beat them, he could still hide. The continent was so big. What could not be hidden? Xiao Yan was too lazy to bother about these things. After chatting with these people for a while, he left by himself. After these half-emperors mocked and ridiculed each other for a while, they also dispersed. They were too lazy to bother about anything else. That night, a human figure quietly left this savage ancient city. He quickly flew towards the deep mountains and old forests outside the city. In merely a couple of breaths, he had already covered a distance of several thousand miles. Soon after, waves of ear-piercing sonic booms spread across the forest. Countless low-rank magical beasts were all forcefully killed by the frightening sonic booms. This night, which appeared to be calm, had turned into a bloody night. Chapter 114. Half a month's time quietly passed. The alchemist grand meeting was finally about to begin. At this moment, there were experts from various places gathering in the ancient savage city. Within a short couple of days, there were already over a dozen elite Bandi Zun experts who had personally arrived at this ancient savage city. Their aim was naturally self-evident. All of them had come for the alchemist grand meeting. From this, One could tell that the alchemist grand meeting this time around was really quite powerful. Creak. The two wooden doors were slowly pushed open. A young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from within. Although Xiao Yan had already reached middle age, he still maintained his appearance of being in his early 20s due to his bandy strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan's bright eyes looked towards the middle of the ancient savage city after exiting the inn. That place was the true core of the city. It was also the place where the true experts gathered. The Alchemist Grand Meeting would be held there. Haha, the opening ceremony of the Alchemist Grand Meeting will be in a couple of days. I should also go and take a look. I wonder if there will be any Band D-level alchemists participating. If that is the case, it will really be interesting. A moment later, Xiao Yan's figure had already arrived at a bustling downtown area. At this moment, there was a huge pavilion in front of Xiao Yan that appeared like a medicinal cauldron. This pavilion was the Alchemist Association's meeting place in the ancient savage city. Those who could enter were either extremely powerful or high-tier alchemists. In a bustling city like the ancient savage city, one must at least possess the strength of a Do Sheng if one wished to enter the Alchemist Association. Even if one was an alchemist, one must possess the qualification to refine a Tier 8 medicinal pill if one wished to enter. Naturally, one's status was self-explanatory. A Tier 8 alchemist guru. Of course, under the great efforts of the Alchemist Association, there was naturally no one who dared to violate the rules here. After all, offending the Alchemist Association was equivalent to creating an endless number of enemies. No one would be foolish enough to do such a thing. In this place, even if one was a half-martial emperor, even if one was qualified to enter and leave this place and receive reverence, if one were to really violate the rules of this place, one would still suffer. Thus, the people here were very well behaved. Even the current Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in amazement at this golden club. Alchemists were indeed an extremely powerful group. Once they were united, even the strongest half-emperors in the outside world would have to obediently follow their rules. It was easy to see just how powerful alchemists were. The moment Xiao Yan stepped into the Alchemist Association, he was immediately surrounded by the fog-like pill fragrance without any surprise. However, this place was clearly different from his. This pill fragrance had undergone a special dilution, causing it to appear incomparably fragrant. It also inadvertently caused one's mood to become comfortable. Xiao Yan's entrance also attracted the attention of a portion of the people. However, they merely took a glance before ignoring Xiao Yan. There were countless half-emperors and alchemists entering and exiting this place every day. It was not as though there were no young alchemist gurus. To them, this was already a common sight and there was no need for them to pay attention to it. With regards to this, Xiao Yan also sought some peace and quiet. He had only come here to understand the different levels of alchemists in the Yuanwu continent. He had been here for quite some time, but he had yet to learn anything about alchemists. As an alchemist, Xiao Yan felt a little embarrassed in his heart. Just as he was about to lift his foot and walk towards the interior, a figure walked towards Xiao Yan. This person was the 3-star half-emperor expert who had exchanged blows with Xiao Yan the other day. A smile was revealed on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this person. Although this old man had a bad temper, he was still someone worth befriending. If Xiao Yan could establish a good relationship with him, he might be able to help him in some way. Brother Yan Xiao, haha, I never imagined that you would also come here. Oh, that's right, I saw you use that extremely powerful flame the other day. Don't tell me that you're also an alchemist? Before the old man arrived in front of Xiao Yan, his rough and heroic voice was already transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears like waves of thunder. It shook Xiao Yan to the point that a rumbling sound endlessly reverberated within his body. Xiao Yan faintly curled his lips. This fellow's character was truly unbearable for Xiao Yan. However, he still nodded his head in response. When the old man saw that Xiao Yan had actually nodded his head in response, another wave of praise involuntarily sounded from his mouth. The gaze he used to look at Xiao Yan with was akin to looking at a monster. At such a young age, he had forcefully raised both his alchemy skills and cultivation. This was truly shocking. Brother Yan Xiao is truly a genius. He can truly be called a monster. Ha 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 ha, to be able to obtain such achievements at such a young age, Brother Yan Xiao will definitely have a place in this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Who knows, Brother Yan Xiao might even become a dark horse in this year's Alchemist Grand Meeting. Since that is the case, let me first congratulate you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan gently raised his eyes and gave a non-committal smile. He did not say anything. I wonder why Brother Yen Xiao is here at this moment. Old Qin, I can accompany you for a while. I also know some of the people here and I will help you get to know them. Hee hee. The cultivation of the old fellows here is only as. However, with their alchemy skills, they put on airs all day long. It makes people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. Brother Yen Xiao, you should also pay attention when the time comes. Xiao Yan smiled. He knew this kind of thing even without Qin Zhong's reminder. He was naturally aware of the eccentricities of alchemists. As for Qin Zhong, it was likely that no one would be able to get along with him. With his fiery temper, it was likely that no one would be able to get along with him. Brother Qin Zhong, let's go. I have not taken the alchemist badge test for a long time. Today, I will also go and take a look. It will be more convenient in the future if I take the badge first. Qin Zhong once again smiled when he heard this. His figure moved and he led the way in front of Xiao Yan. With Qin Zhong's familiarity with the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan naturally saved a lot of time. After a short while, the two of them arrived at a large hall. When they arrived at this place, the originally somewhat spacious surroundings were completely surrounded by a surging crowd. The purpose of these people was the same as Xiao Yan. They had come to test their spiritual strength in order to obtain the qualification of a high-rank alchemist. There are quite a number of people here. It is a pity that they are all little fellows and cannot be mentioned in public. I wonder what rank alchemist Brother Yen Xiao wants to take the test. Perhaps I can be of some help. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. No matter where one went, it was useful to have strength. There would always be people who would think of ways to give you special treatment. After pondering for a while in his heart, Xiao Yan could not help but open his mouth and ask. Brother Qin Zhong, do you know what the highest rank of alchemist here is? Although Xiao Yan's voice was not loud, the people present were not weak. The weakest among them was a quasi-8th rank alchemist. Xiao Yan's words naturally fell into the ears of everyone present. Even the elder in charge of the test could not help but turn his gaze toward Xiao Yan at this moment. Qin Zhong's expression was startled when he heard these words. He had never expected Xiao Yan to say such words in front of everyone. He was just about to open his mouth when the elder in charge of the test took a step forward and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. The highest qualification here is to reach the 9th rank high-rank alchemist. I wonder if you have the confidence to take it in one go? Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he heard this. He sighed and shook his head. He muttered to himself in a low voice. 9th rank high rank? It is still too low. Although this voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, under the terrifying hearing of Qin Zhong, a half-emperor expert, and the elder in charge of the test, it was still heard by them. 9th rank high-rank alchemist was too low. Could it be that this Xiao Yan wanted to take the test for a higher rank? Chapter 115. Grade 9 Advanced Grade Alchemist was too low. The two of them were completely stunned on the spot by Xiao Yan's words. Tier 9 High Grade Alchemist. He actually felt that such a powerful alchemist's tier was low. They did not know if he really possessed such strength or if he thought too highly of himself. Xiao Yan's words caused the two of them to be completely stunned. Even an ordinary half-emperor expert would have to speak politely to a grade 9 alchemist. After all, a grade 9 alchemist could be considered as a person who could truly stand out in the entire continent. However, Xiao Yan actually did not even place a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist in his eyes. Did he really think that he was an exceptional genius who could comprehend everything in a short period of time? To be able to reach the level of a half-emperor, one could only say that his cultivation talent was heaven-defying. However, alchemy was not something that could be achieved just by cultivating all day long. The strength of one's spiritual strength was not only dependent on one's strength, it also required one's comprehension. Even an ordinary half-emperor's spiritual strength might not be able to reach the level of an emperor. The invigilating elder did not believe that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength could reach the level of an emperor at such a young age, even though he had the body of a half-emperor. Wouldn't that be too heaven-defying? Friend, confidence is a good thing. However, blind confidence will turn into arrogance. Why don't you try to become a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist first? You will not be able to withstand the higher levels. The invigilating elder was also a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist. His mood was clearly a little bad after hearing Xiao Yan's words. However, he still chuckled as he spoke to Xiao Yan. Qin Zhong by the side involuntarily curled the corner of his mouth when he heard these words. This old man's words were quite calm, but his actions clearly indicated that he wanted Xiaoyan to go up and suffer. Once Xiaoyan did not have the qualification to become a Tier 9 high-grade alchemist, he would mock him. This was something that the hot-tempered Qin Zhong could not endure. He immediately let out a cold snort and stepped forward. Xiaoyan furrowed his brows when he heard these words. The people in the Alchemist Association were just as Qin Zhong had said. They were all prideful individuals. As long as there was something wrong in their hearts, they would return the favor. Xiaoyan could not be bothered to waste time with him. He did not care about a grade 9 advanced grade alchemist. 10 years ago, he was already able to refine a grade 9 mysterious pill. Now that he was an emperor, a grade 9 alchemist was nothing to him. However, today, a mere grade 9 advanced grade alchemist actually spoke such disdainful words in front of him. Xiaoyan was naturally somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. Xiaoyan extended his hand and stopped Qin Zhong, who was about to step forward. His expression was calm as he slowly walked toward the examination elder. Those alchemists in front of Xiaoyan, who were still waiting for the test, opened up a path wherever he passed. The voice of the examining elder earlier was quite loud. He had purposely allowed them to hear it. At this moment, everyone wanted to see Xiaoyan's face when he made a fool of himself. They wanted to see if he could still be as calm as he was now. They didn't believe that a fledgling brat, even if he had some talent in cultivation, would be unconvinced in their hearts when it came to medicine concocting skills. How could the medicine concocting skills of the man in front of them be compared to them? Genuine alchemists who wholeheartedly sought the path of medicine concocting. Everyone sneered as they watched Xiaoyan walk towards the Alchemist Association. They were waiting for Xiaoyan to be defeated. At that time, there would be another scene of laughter. Walking in front of the Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan still looked indifferent. He looked at the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association and slowly said, "According to your previous words, there should be other assessment areas here. Since you don't want me to go there easily, then tell me, what's the test? I'll pass it directly so that I can take the higher level test." Hua! Xiaoyan's words did not leave any face for the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association. He directly provoked the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association, causing the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association to have an ugly expression. He coldly snorted and pointed at a black stone tablet behind him. "This is the spirit testing tablet. As long as you place your palm on it and pour your spiritual strength into it, this tablet will be able to test your spiritual strength in alchemist grade. The highest level of the spirit testing tablet can reach is the perfect heavenly realm and a grade 9 high-grade alchemist." As his words fell, the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association looked at Xiaoyan with an indifferent expression. Then he swept his gaze across the crowd and stepped to the side, opening a path for Xiaoyan. He was also waiting for Xiaoyan to fail the test and be defeated. Casually glancing at the Alchemist Association's Advanced Grade Alchemist Association, Xiaoyan's body did not move, but an extremely terrifying spiritual strength condensed between his eyebrows and swept towards the spirit testing tablet. "Brother Yan Xiao, do you really want to do this? Don't be impulsive and fall for this ignorant man's trick." Suddenly, Xiaoyan heard Qin Zhong's rough voice, which was filled with concern, again, causing Xiaoyan's movements to pause. But immediately, Xiaoyan chuckled. Turning around, Xiaoyan revealed a reassuring smile to Qin Zhong. The two of them nodded in understanding, and Qin Zhong did not say anything else. Since Xiaoyan had indicated for him to be at ease, then Xiaoyan should have his own confidence. Although he had not known Xiaoyan for long, Qin Zhong dared to conclude that as long as Xiaoyan dared to do this, he definitely had his own confidence. After all, was Li Gan not the same as that day? Originally, he had wanted to use his strength to suppress Xiaoyan and intimidate him. However, in the end, he was forcefully suppressed by Xiaoyan, causing him to not only be mocked by tens of thousands of people but also have to apologize. Perhaps today, Xiaoyan would be able to prove himself once again. Just as he turned around, a terrifying spiritual strength surged out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows like a tidal wave, fiercely bombarding the spirit testing tablet. When the spiritual strength swept through the hall, everyone was suppressed by the terrifying spiritual strength and knelt on the ground. Even the exam elder, who was looking at Xiaoyan with a sneer on his face, took a few steps back with difficulty. In the end, he relied on his strength as a one-star half-emperor to forcefully support himself and not fall down. Outside the hole, There were quite a few people who had discovered the abnormality the instant the spiritual strength swept out. Their faces instantly changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be that some almighty of the Alchemist Guild was refining an extremely powerful medicinal pill? Otherwise, how could there be such a frightening momentum? Even some of the true leaders of the Alchemist Guild were looking over with shock in their eyes. Then their figures moved, and they quickly rushed towards the hall. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The spirit testing tablet, which had been hit by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, only lasted for a moment before it exploded, turning into a pile of rubble on the ground. At this moment, Qin Zhong, who was standing behind Xiao Yan, was also looking at Xiao Yan in front of him in shock. He never imagined that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would actually be so powerful. A grade 9 high-rank alchemist is really a trashy existence to you. After a long while, Qin Zhong could only bitterly smile, shake his head, and sigh. Then, he looked pitifully at the exam elder, who was still bitterly holding on, and no longer spoke. Those who are interested, please join the group. Please add. Please recommend. Please comment. Group number 4766686761. Chapter 116. At this moment, the invigilating elder had a bitter expression on his face. He knew in his heart that today, he had finally met someone he should not have. From today onwards, his good days would come to an end. After the spirit testing tablet was destroyed, Xiao Yan casually withdrew his spiritual strength. Only then did the kneeling Tier 8 alchemists crawl up with difficulty. Each of them looked at Xiao Yan's back with horrified eyes. Even so, they still felt a trance in their eyes and were unable to clearly see Xiao Yan's back. In the world of the strong, just the remnant power was enough to make them feel powerless. This kind of power was not something that ordinary Tier 8 alchemists like them could resist. Xiao Yan's aura dissipated and the exam elder's body also felt lighter. His bent waist also slowly straightened up. However, looking at his face, there was not the slightest trace of relief. There was no other reason other than the young man in black robes standing in front of him. Xiao Yan's action must have alarmed everyone in the Alchemist Guild. As the exam elder, he had neglected such a person. After this matter, the higher-ups would definitely hold him responsible. In order to appease the dissatisfaction in this person's heart, he would not be able to stay in this savage ancient city in the future. With a single mistake, he had given up his glory and wealth. It was time to change his high and mighty character. Sighing in his heart, the exam elder helplessly shook his head. He let out a long sigh and stood on the spot with a dispirited face. On the other hand, Qin Zhong's face was filled with mockery as he looked at the people around him. These fellows usually had their noses in the air and looked down on others. Today, they finally had a taste of being suppressed. Haha, I did not know that an esteemed guest would be visiting and have neglected you. This old man apologizes to you on behalf of the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, a bold and clear laughter broke through the air and reverberated within the hall, causing everyone to feel a roaring sound reverberate in their ears. Qin Zhong's expression involuntarily turned solemn when he heard this voice. Given his familiarity with the savage ancient city, he naturally knew who the owner of this voice was. Moreover, based on his words that represented the entire Alchemist Association, this person's identity had already surfaced. This person was definitely the chairman of the Alchemist Association. When Xiao Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The person in charge of the venue was finally here. As such, Xiao Yan did not have to look for him again. This is my first time here. I don't want to disturb Master, so I'll just look around. As Xiao Yan's voice faded, the crowd in front of him parted, and 3 elderly figures appeared before everyone's eyes. Following the appearance of the 3 figures, waves of astonishment were immediately emitted from the crowd, causing the hall, which had originally quietened down because of Xiao Yan, to once again become noisy. Isn't that Chairman Gu Li? Also, aren't those 2 beside him the Deputy Chairman, Qi Lin, and the Chief Alchemist of the Alchemist Association, Elder Wei Yi? That's right, that's right. The 3 of them are usually elusive and rarely appear. It is unexpected that all of them have come today because of this Yan Xiao. Just what ability does this Yan Xiao have to actually attract all 3 of them here? If news of this were to spread, it is likely that it would cause another earth-shaking storm. The 3 old men, who were the main characters, completely ignored the noisy discussions of the crowd. At this moment, their gazes had all landed on Xiao Yan, who was right at the front of the crowd. Haha, from the looks of it, this friend wants to obtain an alchemist badge, right? The three of them stopped 10 feet in front of Xiao Yan. The hemp-clothed old man, who was the leader, stroked his beard with one hand as he looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on his face and spoke with a loud laugh. Although the old man was dressed casually, Xiao Yan did not dare to relax even a little when facing him. From Xiao Yan's perception, the strength of this old man did not lose to the cloud-splitting wolf. The density of his aura was likely even greater. That's right. However, from the looks of it, your spirit testing tablet seems to have been broken by me. Haha, with this friend's strength, this kind of spirit testing tablet is naturally unable to withstand a casual attack from you. This time, the one who spoke was an old man wearing a brocade robe standing to the left of the leading old man. His red hair was like rising flames. His aura was actually equally matched with the leading old man. Clearly, he was also an 8-star half-martial emperor expert. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally understood the true strength of the Alchemist Guild. No wonder ordinary half-martial emperors had to be well-behaved in this place. Without even mentioning the powerful alchemists in the Alchemist Guild, just the overall strength of the Alchemist Guild was already not inferior to some superfactions. When Xiao Yan's gaze turned towards the third old man, his brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. The third old man was wearing the robe of a high-tier alchemist. However, what caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat astonished was that this old man's strength was only that of a 2-star half-martial emperor. Yet, he was actually able to travel together with these two. This was truly strange. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the alchemist badge on the old man's chest. The badge's outer appearance was like a medicinal cauldron. Above the medicinal cauldron, there were strands of medicinal fragrance lingering on it. In the middle of the medicinal cauldron, there were 9 different colored ripples engraved on it like rainbows. Those 9 ripples represented a rank 9 alchemist. However, on those ripples, there were 2 genuine medicinal pellets. If one were to carefully smell them, one would even discover that those 2 genuine medicinal pellets were actually emitting waves of medicinal fragrance that made one's heart feel comfortable. Brother Yan Xiao, you should pay more attention to the third old man. That old man's name is Wei Yi. Although his strength is not much, his alchemy skills are extremely exquisite. He is the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild. His rank has even reached that of a rank 2 alchemist. Because of this, he is normally extremely arrogant. You have to be careful. Qin Zhong's voice was once again transmitted to Xiao Yan just as Xiao Yan was observing the old man wearing alchemist robes. He introduced the old man to Xiao Yan through voice transmission. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard the somewhat foreign words in Qin Zhong's words. Rank 2 Alchemist. Was this the alchemist rank on the Origin Martial Continent? There was no difference between it and the Doqi continent. While Xiao Yan was paying attention to the alchemist called Wei Yi, the other party was also paying attention to him. The spiritual pressure that Xiao Yan had emitted just now was not inferior to his. Wei Yi's heart was incomparably clear that the reason he could become the head alchemist of the Alchemist Guild was because of his frightening spiritual strength. The appearance of Xiao Yan would definitely become a great calamity in his heart. It was likely that even his position as the chief alchemist would be given to him by these 2 old fellows in front of him with cupped hands. The moment he thought of this, Wei Yi's impression of Xiao Yan instantly fell to the bottom of the valley.